Number 1. Giovanni Brusca. Giovanni Brusca was a key figure in the Sicilian Mafia and one of its most ruthless killers. Nicknamed the People Slayer and the Pig, he admitted to committing or ordering between 100 and 200 murders for Cosa Nostra. His bosses feared him because his violence had no limits and could turn on anyone if ordered. Brusca did not hesitate to bomb judges, strangle children, or dissolve bodies in acid to enforce the Mafia's will and send messages no one could forget. Born on February 20, 1957, in San Giuseppe Giotto near Palermo, Brusca came from a Mafia family. His father and brothers were already members, and he joined the Corleonesi clan under Salvatore Riina early in life. During the Second Mafia War in the 1980s, Brusca rose fast as a loyal enforcer. He carried out street executions, car bombs, and targeted hits that helped the Corleonesi wipe out rival families and seize control of Palermo's rackets. Riina used him for the jobs that required total brutality because Brusca never questioned orders and never showed mercy. One of Brusca's first major hits was the 1983 car bomb that killed Judge Rocco Cinisi. Cinisi had launched aggressive investigations into the Mafia. Brusca helped rig the vehicle with explosives that killed the judge and parts of his escort. He later confirmed the method in his own statements, noting that the technique he used years later on Falcone was nothing new to him. These bombings were deliberate terror tactics to intimidate the Italian justice system and stop probes into Cosa Nostra's drug trade and extortion networks. Brusca's most infamous act came on May 23, 1992, in the Capaci bombing. Riina ordered the hit on anti-mafia prosecutor Giovanni Falcone after the maxi trial convictions that sent hundreds of mafiosi to prison for life. Brusca took direct command of the operation. His team spent weeks digging a tunnel under the A29 highway near Capaci. They packed in roughly 500 kilograms of TNT and other explosives. Falcone was returning from Rome with his wife, Francesca Morvillo, and 3 bodyguards in an armored convoy. Brusca waited on a nearby hill with a remote detonator. When the cars passed over the exact spot, he pressed the button. The blast tore a massive crater in the road, lifted the vehicles into the air and killed Falcone, Morvillo, Antonio Montinaro, Rocco Di Cio, and Vito Schifani instantly. The explosion was felt for miles and marked the Mafia's open war on the Italian state. Brusca confessed without hesitation that he was the one who triggered it. He showed no regret, later writing that he had carried out the order exactly as planned. After Capaci, Brusca kept killing. He murdered crime boss Vincenzo Milazzo and businessman Ignazio Salvo in the months that followed, eliminating anyone Riina viewed as a liability or potential witness. Each hit followed the same pattern, swift, efficient, and designed to leave a message of total dominance. Brusca's cruelty hit its lowest point with the murder of 11-year-old Giuseppe Di Matteo. In November 1993, Santino Di Matteo, the boy's father, turned pentito and started testifying against the Mafia. To punish the betrayal and scare off other informants, Brusca ordered the kidnapping. Giuseppe was snatched and held captive for 779 days in hidden locations under degrading conditions. On January 11, 1996, the boy was strangled on Brusca's orders. The body was then placed in a barrel and dissolved in nitric acid until nothing remained. The act was calculated to deny the family any closure and to break Santino Di Matteo psychologically. Brusca made sure the message reached the father and the authorities. He later described his disposal methods in detail, dissolving bodies in acid, roasting corpses on grills, and burying remains with earth movers. He stated he never felt disgust or upset by any of it. He called himself an animal who had worked his entire life for Cosa Nostra and carried out its orders without emotion. Brusca's body count grew steadily through the 1980s and 1990s. He participated in dozens of street shootings, kidnappings, and bombings during the Mafia's campaign against the state and internal enemies. He did not just eliminate targets, he erased them in ways meant to terrorize entire communities. His estimated 100 to 200 murders made him one of the deadliest hitmen in organized crime history. The Corleonesi relied on him precisely because no one else matched his willingness to go to extremes. That same willingness is why even his bosses kept him at a distance. Riina needed killers like Brusca to rule through fear, but the fear worked both ways. One misstep and Brusca's ruthlessness could be directed anywhere. Police finally caught Brusca in May 1996 in a rural hideout near his hometown. He was convicted on charges that included the Falcone bombing, for which he received a life sentence. Facing permanent imprisonment, he became a pentito in 1997. Brusca gave prosecutors detailed information on Mafia structure, named bosses and soldiers, and described plots that led to more arrests and convictions. His testimony helped weaken Cosa Nostra's hold on Sicily. In return, his sentence for the Falcone murders was reduced to 26 years. He served 25 years and was released in June 2021 at age 64. The decision triggered public fury in Italy. Victims' families, anti-mafia activists, and ordinary citizens protested, calling it an insult to justice. Many argued that a man who strangled a child and dissolved the body in acid did not deserve freedom, even after cooperating. Brusca's release highlighted the Italian pentiti system, where information is traded for shorter sentences, but it did nothing to erase the pain he caused. Giovanni Brusca's life shows the Sicilian Mafia at its most savage. He did not kill for personal gain alone. He killed to protect the organization's power, and he did it without limits. The Capaci bombing shook the nation. The acid murder of Giuseppe Di Matteo exposed the depths of mafia depravity. Brusca's own words confirmed it all. He felt nothing. That coldness is what made him the people slayer. His bosses used him and feared him in equal measure. Even after turning informant and walking free, his name remains a symbol of the terror Cosa Nostra inflicted on Sicily and Italy. Brusca's crimes left hundreds dead, families destroyed, and a legacy of brutality that no reduced sentence or cooperation deal can wash away. He was exactly what the Mafia needed in its war years, a killer so effective and so merciless that even the men who gave him orders lived with the knowledge that he could destroy anyone. Number 2. Richard Kuklinski. Richard Kuklinski was a freelance contract killer who worked for the 5 families of New York's Mafia, most notably the Gambino crew under Roy DeMeo. They called him the Iceman because he froze his victims' bodies to throw off the time of death and give himself and his bosses breathing room. He claimed more than 100 murders, sometimes boasting of 200 or more, though authorities could only tie him definitively to around 30 through his own confessions and forensic links. What made even hardened mob bosses fear him was the total absence of remorse and his habit of testing new ways to kill, cyanide sprays, crossbows, knives, guns, whatever worked, without a flicker of hesitation or pattern that could trace back to them. Born April 11, 1935, in Jersey City, New Jersey, Kuklinski grew up under constant violence. His father was a brutal alcoholic who beat the family senseless, and Kuklinski learned early that pain and power were the same thing. By his teens, he was already killing, starting with neighborhood cats and escalating to a local bully he beat to death and dumped. He dropped out of school after 8th grade and drifted into street crime, robberies, burglaries, and pirated porn. That last hustle connected him to the Gambinos. Through Roy DeMeo, he became their go-to enforcer and hitman, handling the contracts the families needed done quietly and permanently. DeMeo tested him once by pointing out a random man walking his dog on the street and ordering Kuklinski to kill him on the spot. Kuklinski walked up, shot the stranger in the back of the head, and never looked back. From that moment, he was DeMeo's favorite weapon. Kuklinski didn't just execute orders, he experimented. Cyanide became his signature because it was fast, hard to detect, and let him watch a man die up close. He laced food with it, sprayed it from aerosol cans, even poured it directly onto skin. One victim, a fellow thief who crossed him, got a cyanide-laced hamburger. When the poison acted too slowly, Kuklinski strangled him with a lamp cord while the man convulsed. Another associate, Gary Smith, received cyanide, then was finished off by hand. Daniel Deppner, part of Kuklinski's own burglary crew, was poisoned and left to rot. Paul Hoffman vanished after a drug deal gone wrong. Kuklinski later admitted killing him, but the body was never found. George Malaband was shot during a videotape deal and stuffed into a barrel. Louis Masquet took a bullet in 1981 and then spent nearly 2 years frozen solid in an industrial freezer before Kuklinski dumped the body. Coroners found ice crystals still in the tissue. That discovery is exactly how Kuklinski earned the Iceman name. He kept bodies on ice for weeks or years, sometimes in his own meat locker, to scramble decomposition and buy the mob time. The variety was deliberate. He used crossbows for silent hits in public places, ice picks for close work, shotguns, bludgeoning, even claimed grenades and remote bombs. He strangled, stabbed, and once bragged about tying a man to a tree and letting nature finish the job. Nothing was off limits. He killed mob rivals, informants, cops, and civilians who simply got in the way. In prison interviews, he described the acts with clinical calm, eating a sandwich while watching cyanide take effect, cutting tendons on corpses so they would fit into drums, shooting men in the back of the head and walking away like it was another day at the office. His lack of emotion terrified the very bosses who paid him. DeMeo and the captains above him knew Kuklinski felt nothing, no guilt, no fear, no loyalty beyond the next contract. He lived a perfect double life in suburban New Jersey, with a wife and 3 kids who had no idea what he did for a living. To them, he was a quiet family man who brought home good money. To the 5 families, he was the reliable psychopath who erased problems without asking questions or leaving traces. Kuklinski claimed involvement in some of the biggest mafia hits of the era, including the 1979 murder of Bonanno boss Carmine Galante and the 1985 killing of Gambino boss Paul Castellano. He even said he helped whack Jimmy Hoffa, stabbing him and stuffing the body into a barrel that got crushed in a car. Many of those claims remain unproven and disputed by actual mob insiders, but they fed the legend the families wanted until the legend became too dangerous. The same cold efficiency that made him valuable also made him a threat. One wrong word from Kuklinski and the entire structure could crumble. The bosses kept him at a distance, paid him well, and hoped his psychopathy stayed pointed outward. It all ended in December 1986. New Jersey authorities had been watching him for years after bodies started turning up with cyanide traces and freezer burns. An undercover operation sealed it. Kuklinski agreed to help a fake hitman buy cyanide for a fictitious murder. On December 17, he was arrested. The trial exposed everything. In 1988, he was convicted of 5 murders: Smith, Deppner, Malaband, Masquet, and others tied to his crew. He later pleaded guilty to the 1980 killing of nipped detective Peter Calabro. 2 consecutive life sentences followed, with no parole until he would have been 110 years old. Behind bars, he gave long, detailed interviews to HBO and journalists, recounting kills in the same flat tone he used on the street. He showed zero regret. He called himself a murderer who worked for the mob because it paid, and because he was good at it. His family sat in shock during the proceedings. They had lived beside a monster for decades and never suspected. Richard Kuklinski died in prison on March 5, 2006, at age 70. Officials listed the cause as natural, though whispers of old enemies settling scores never fully died. His body count, confirmed or claimed, made him one of the most prolific contract killers the American Mafia ever used. The 5 families feared him because he had no breaks. He didn't kill for revenge or money alone. He killed because it was what he did best, and he did it without conscience. Freezing bodies, poisoning strangers, testing weapons on living targets, Every method was just another tool in his kit. The Iceman wasn't loyal, he was efficient. He wasn't emotional, he was ice. That made him perfect for the mob until the day the mob realized the same qualities that protected them could destroy them. In the end, the man the bosses hired to send messages became the message himself. Cross the line with the Iceman, and you simply disappeared. Frozen in time, never to be found until it was far too late. Number 3. Roy DeMeo. Roy DeMeo was a made soldier in the Gambino crime family who commanded the DeMeo crew, a tight unit of about 20 killers operating out of the Gemini Lounge in Brooklyn's Flatland section. He invented and perfected the Gemini method, a step-by-step system for executing victims and disposing of their bodies so completely that police often had nothing left to investigate. The crew is credited with between 75 and 200 murders during the 1970s and early 1980s, many carried out personally by DeMeo or under his direct supervision. Gambino leaders, including boss Paul Castellano, eventually feared DeMeo more than the enemies he eliminated. His operation had become too efficient, too independent, and too bloodthirsty. The same clinical machinery that generated millions for the family had turned into a liability that could destroy them all if it kept running unchecked. Born September 7, 1940, in Brooklyn, DeMeo came from a working-class Italian family. As a teenager, he worked as a butcher's apprentice, learning to break down carcasses quickly and cleanly with knives and hooks. That trade skill transferred straight into organized crime. He started with loan sharking and car theft in the 1960s, then caught the eye of Gambino captain Anthony Nino Gaggi, who brought him into the family around 1966. DeMeo built his crew fast. Key members included childhood friends Anthony Center and Joey Testa, later nicknamed the Gemini Twins, along with Chris Rosenberg, Henry Borelli, and others who handled the day-to-day wet work. They used the Gemini Lounge at 4021 Flatlands Avenue as their base. The front looked like a regular neighborhood bar. The back apartment was a slaughterhouse. The Gemini method was designed for speed, silence, and zero forensic evidence. A target was invited to the lounge under any believable excuse: loan repayment, stolen car deal, drug transaction, or simple sit-down. Once inside the rear room, the victim was shot once or twice in the head with a silenced pistol, usually a .22 or .38. The instant the body hit the floor, a second man drove a knife or ice pick straight into the heart to stop all blood circulation and prevent arterial spray from painting the walls. The corpse was dragged into the bathroom, stripped, and hung or laid in the tub to drain completely. Then came the dismemberment. Arms, legs, head, and torso separated with butcher tools and meat hooks on the tiled floor. Each piece was wrapped tightly in plastic sheeting and garbage bags, packed into cardboard boxes or heavy-duty trash bags, and carried out the back door like ordinary garbage. The remains were dumped in landfills, weighted and sunk in the ocean, or left in remote spots. Sometimes bodies were frozen first to confuse time of death estimates. The entire process from shot to cleanup took under an hour. Bleach and mops erased the rest. The lounge opened for business again the same night. DeMeo ran the crew like a factory foreman. He demanded every man participate in at least one kill to guarantee silence. Victims included rival mobsters, loan debtors, car theft competitors, drug dealers who crossed them, potential informants, and civilians who simply walked into the wrong conversation. The crew also murdered for profit outside official Gambino contracts, pornography rings, prostitution, and large-scale narcotics trafficking that violated family rules. Bodies disappeared so thoroughly that witnesses and families rarely had closure. One early joint hit was Andre Kotz in 1975. His dismembered remains were found scattered. Others vanished entirely. DeMeo himself was linked to dozens of personal kills. He once bragged to crew members that the method was foolproof because there was never a body to convict anyone. By the late 1970s, the money was enormous, and the body count had climbed into triple digits. The crew's stolen car operation alone shipped hundreds of luxury vehicles overseas, but the violence drew federal heat. The FBI formed a dedicated task force after too many missing persons reports and the occasional torso or limb turning up in dumpsters. Inside the Gambino family, whispers grew louder. Paul Castellano watched the DeMeo crew operate almost as its own autonomous unit. DeMeo's willingness to kill on a moment's notice, even when it wasn't strictly necessary for business, made captains nervous. He had become erratic, paranoid, and addicted to the power of the method. Castellano feared DeMeo would flip if arrested and hand the feds a roadmap to the entire family. The crew's drug dealing and public-style hits were bringing too much attention. Even John Gotti, then a rising star, refused the contract on DeMeo, calling it suicide. The fear was mutual. DeMeo sensed the walls closing in and started eliminating anyone he thought might talk, including some of his own associates. On January 10, 1983, he was lured to a meeting at a crew member's garage in Brooklyn. Center and Testa, the same Gemini twins he had trained and trusted, opened fire. DeMeo was shot multiple times in the head and torso. A bullet tore through his hand as he tried to shield himself. The killers stuffed his body into the trunk of his own maroon Cadillac, tossed a chandelier on top of the corpse for weight, and parked the car in the lot of a Sheepshead Bay boat club. 10 days later, in the freezing January cold, police found the partially frozen remains. Roy DeMeo was 42 years old. His murder was carried out on direct orders from Paul Castellano, who had decided the DeMeo crew's leader had finally become more dangerous than any enemy outside the family. Several crew members were later convicted on murder and racketeering charges, but the full scope of the killings, up to 200, never resulted in complete justice. The Gemini Lounge was eventually shut down. The method that made DeMeo legendary inside the Mafia also sealed his fate. He had turned murder into an efficient, repeatable business process that left no trace, no blood, and no evidence. That same process convinced the bosses he could no longer be controlled. Roy DeMeo wasn't just another hitman. He built the most productive killing machine the New York Mafia had ever seen. His crew erased people the way other crews erased debts. The very efficiency that earned him millions and respect at first is exactly what made Gambino leadership order his execution. In the end, the man who taught the mob how to disappear bodies without a trace became the final demonstration of his own system, shot, packaged, and left in a trunk until the cold preserved the evidence of what happens when even the bosses lose control of their most ruthless soldier. Number 4. Abe "Kid" Twist Reles. Abe "Kid" Twist Reles was the most feared hitman for Murder, Inc., the enforcement arm of the National Crime Syndicate that controlled organized crime across the United States in the 1930s. Operating out of Brooklyn, he carried out contracts for bosses like Louis Lepke Buchalter, Albert Anastasia, and Meyer Lansky with a cold efficiency that made even those at the top of the syndicate uneasy. His signature weapon was an ice pick driven straight through the victim's ear canal into the brain, a method so precise it left almost no external blood or obvious trauma and let coroners rule the death a natural cerebral hemorrhage. Reles used it dozens of times because it was quiet, fast, and let the body be dumped anywhere without raising immediate suspicion of murder. He was directly linked to more than 30 killings and admitted to many more, often boasting that he could make a man disappear from the street and have the cops call it a heart attack by morning. The syndicate bosses feared him because he killed without hesitation, without remorse, and without leaving evidence that could trace back to them, until the day he decided to save his own skin and turn on the entire organization. Born February 10, 1906, in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn to poor Jewish immigrants from Austria, Reles grew up in a neighborhood ruled by street gangs. As a teenager, he ran with the local toughs, picking up the nickname Kid Twist after a bar fight where he twisted a broken bottle into an opponent's face. By the early 1920s, he was already doing armed robberies and contract beatings. In 1927, he was convicted of assault and sent to reform school, but prison only hardened him. When he got out, he linked up with Harry Pittsburgh Phil Strauss and Happy Mayone, forming the core of the Brownsville Boys, the deadliest crew inside Murder Inc. The syndicate had created Murder Inc. to handle all enforcement work for the 5 families and the Jewish mob, loan shark debts, rival takeovers, witness elimination, so no single boss ever got his hands dirty. Reles became one of their top triggermen because he treated killing like a 9-to-5 job. The ice pick technique was perfected on the streets of Brooklyn and Coney Island. Reles would approach a target in a crowded bar, on a subway platform, or in a parked car. One quick jab through the ear, a twist of the wrist to scramble the brainstem, and the victim slumped over as if he had simply passed out. No gunshot, no knife wound anyone would notice at first glance. The body could sit for hours before anyone realized it was dead. Reles used it on loan sharks who skimmed, on numbers runners who shorted the bosses, and on rival gangsters who tried to muscle in on syndicate territory. One documented victim was Red Alpert, a small-time hood who talked too much to police. Reles and Strauss grabbed him in 1933, drove him to a quiet spot, and Reles drove the ice pick home. Alpert's death was listed as a hemorrhage until Reles later confessed. Another was a Garment District trucker who refused to pay protection. The man was found slumped behind the wheel with nothing but a tiny ear wound. Reles bragged to his crew that he could kill a man in broad daylight and walk away whistling. By the mid-1930s, Reles had risen to the top tier of Murder Inc. He and his partners handled high-profile contracts across New York, New Jersey, and even as far as Florida and Detroit. They murdered for the garment rackets, the waterfront unions, the narcotics trade, anywhere the syndicate needed silence. Reles personally strangled, shot, stabbed, and bludgeoned victims, but the ice pick remained his favorite because it left the cleanest scene. He once killed a man inside a moving car while the driver kept going through traffic. The victim never made a sound. The crew disposed of bodies in swamps, furnaces, or shallow graves, but many of Reles's ice pick victims were simply left where they fell so police would waste time on natural causes. His estimated body count climbed past 30 confirmed kills, with insiders saying the real number was closer to 50, because many deaths were never reclassified as homicides until he talked. The same ruthlessness that made him indispensable also made the syndicate bosses terrified of him. Lepke Buchalter and Anastasia knew Reles had no loyalty beyond the next paycheck and the next thrill of power. He was erratic, heavy on booze and drugs, and quick to explode. If a contract went sideways, he would kill extra people just to cover tracks, including innocent bystanders who happened to see too much. The bosses paid him well, thousands per hit, but kept him at arm's length. They feared that one day Reles might decide the money wasn't enough and start freelancing against them, or worse, get pinched and flip. That fear proved justified. In January 1940, police arrested Reles on a murder charge tied to the 1933 killing of a Brooklyn informant. Facing the electric chair, he made a deal with District Attorney Thomas E. Dewey. He became the highest-ranking syndicate insider ever to turn state's evidence. Over the next year, Reles spilled everything: names, dates, methods, and the full organizational chart of Murder Inc. His testimony sent Lepke Buchalter to the electric chair in 1944, the only mob boss executed by the federal government. It also put Anastasia and dozens of other killers behind bars or on the run. Reles detailed ice pick murders, strangulations, and shotgun blasts with the same flat voice he used when committing them. He named every boss who had ever ordered a hit through the syndicate. The information dismantled the enforcement apparatus that had kept the National Crime Syndicate running for a decade. The bosses who once relied on Reles now wanted him dead more than any rival. While in protective custody at the Half Moon Hotel in Coney Island, guarded around the clock by 6 New York City police officers, Abe Reles went out a 6th-floor window on the morning of June 12, 1941. He fell 50 feet and landed on the roof of an extension below, his body tangled in bedsheets he had supposedly tied together as a makeshift rope. The official ruling was suicide. No one believed it. The sheets were too short to reach the ground, the knots were loose, and the cops on duty claimed they heard nothing. Years later, mob insiders admitted the syndicate had paid off the guards and used a couple of their own men to throw Reles out the window. The man who had killed over 30 people with an ice pick was silenced before he could testify against the very top bosses still walking free. Abe Reles was 35 years old when he died. His betrayal proved exactly why the syndicate leaders had always feared him. He was not just a killer, he was a walking record of every secret order they had ever given. The ice pick murders that looked like natural deaths, the bodies dumped without a trace, the contracts carried out in broad daylight, all of it could be traced straight back to the men at the top once Reles opened his mouth. The most feared hitman in Murder, Inc. became the most dangerous witness in American organized crime history. Even after his death, the syndicate never fully recovered the iron grip his testimony had shattered. The bosses who once sent him to erase their enemies learned the hard way that the most brutal weapon they ever used could be turned against them in the end. Kid Twist didn't just kill for the mob, he exposed it, and that made him the one man they could never control, alive or dead. Number 5. Salvatore Gravano. Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano was the underboss of the Gambino crime family and the lead executioner for John Gotti, a highly disciplined, ice-cold killer who personally carried out or ordered 19 confirmed murders. Gravano orchestrated the 1985 hit that took out Gambino boss Paul Castellano in broad daylight on a Manhattan street. He rose from street soldier to the number 2 man in America's most powerful mafia family because he got results without mistakes, without loose ends, and without a trace of hesitation. The same qualities that made bosses promote him also made them fear him. Gravano knew every secret, every contract, and every body. When he finally turned government witness in 1992, he became the highest-ranking made member in Mafia history to flip, and his testimony buried John Gotti and gutted the Gambino empire from the inside. Even the men who trusted him with their dirtiest work lived with the knowledge that Sammy the Bull could erase them just as efficiently as he erased everyone else. Born Salvatore Gravano on March 12, 1945, in Brooklyn's Bensonhurst neighborhood, he grew up in a world of street gangs and Italian tough guys. As a teenager, he ran with the Rampers, a gang that specialized in robbery and violence. By age 17, he had already done time in juvenile detention for assault. He dropped out of school, joined the army, earned a Bronze Star in Vietnam for killing enemy soldiers, and came home ready for the next war, the one in the streets. Gravano started as a loan shark and hijacker, then moved into construction rackets where the real money was made through extortion and union control. He was formally inducted into the Gambino family in the late 1970s under boss Paul Castellano. From the start, he handled enforcement, collecting debts with baseball bats, breaking legs, and, when necessary, making people disappear. By the early 1980s, Gravano had become one of the family's most reliable hitmen. He killed for business, for respect, and for loyalty. One of his confirmed victims was Frank Fiala, a wealthy drug dealer who tried to muscle into Gambino territory. Gravano shot him point-blank inside a Brooklyn discotheque in 1982, then had the body removed and the club cleaned before it reopened. Another was Louis DiBono, a Gambino soldier who had crossed Gotti. In 1990, Gravano personally stalked DiBono for weeks, then shot him dead in a Brooklyn parking garage while the victim sat in his car. Gravano later admitted he felt nothing pulling the trigger. He also confessed to the murders of John "Johnny" Keys Simone in 1981, a Philadelphia mobster taken out in a Staten Island swamp, and several others tied to internal power struggles and debt collections. 19 times he either pulled the trigger himself or gave the direct order. Each kill was planned with military precision: scout the location, pick the right crew, use silencers or close-range shots, dispose of the body fast, and never leave witnesses. His biggest contract came on December 16, 1985. John Gotti had decided Paul Castellano had to go. Gravano helped plan every detail. 4 gunmen waited outside Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street in Manhattan, while Castellano and his underboss Thomas Bellotti arrived for a dinner meeting. As the 2 men stepped out of their car, Gravano and the shooters opened fire. Castellano was hit 6 times in the head and torso. Bellotti took 4. The entire hit took less than 10 seconds. Gravano stood watch in a nearby car, making sure the job was finished. No one inside the restaurant even realized what had happened until the bodies were on the sidewalk. With Castellano dead, Gotti became boss and immediately promoted Gravano to underboss. Sammy the Bull now ran the day-to-day operations, collected the envelopes, and kept the soldiers in line. He was the one Gotti sent when someone needed to be reminded who was in charge. Gravano's discipline set him apart. Unlike flasher mobsters, he avoided the spotlight, dressed conservatively, and focused on making money through concrete contracts, garment rackets, and extortion. He lived in a modest house in Staten Island and kept his family completely insulated from the life. That same discipline made him lethal. He never bragged about bodies, never left loose talk, and never hesitated when Gotti pointed at a name. The crew called him the Bull because he charged straight at problems and finished them. Gotti relied on him for the toughest assignments because Gravano could be trusted to get it done right. But trust only went one way. Gotti knew Sammy had been present for almost every major decision and every major murder since the early 1980s. If Gravano ever decided to talk, the entire family would fall. That day came in 1991. Federal agents arrested Gotti, Gravano, and Frank Locascio on racketeering and murder charges. Facing life without parole, Gravano sat in the Metropolitan Correctional Center and made the decision that shocked the Mafia world. On November 13, 1991, he told his lawyers he wanted to cooperate. In exchange for his testimony, he pleaded guilty to a racketeering charge that carried a 20-year sentence but received only 5 years total because of his cooperation. In 1992, he took the witness stand against Gotti in federal court. For 5 days, Gravano detailed every murder, every bribe, every illegal contract. He described the Castellano hit step by step, named the shooters, and explained exactly how Gotti had ordered it. He laid out the Gambino family's entire structure, from captains to soldiers, and listed 19 murders he had committed or ordered. His calm, matter-of-fact voice destroyed Gotti's defense. The Teflon Don was convicted on all counts and sentenced to life without parole. Gravano's testimony later helped convict dozens more Gambino members and weakened the family for years. The bosses who had once depended on Sammy the Bull now feared him more than any federal agent. He had been the perfect soldier, disciplined, ruthless, and invisible until the moment he chose to save himself. By flipping, he proved that even the highest-ranking underboss could turn the gun on his own family. After his release from prison in 1995, Gravano entered the Witness Protection Program, but later left it voluntarily. He wrote the book Underboss, gave interviews, and tried to live openly. In 2000, he was arrested again for running an ecstasy ring in Arizona and sentenced to 19 years. He served most of it and was released in 2017. By then, the damage was permanent. The Gambino family never recovered the power it held when Sammy the Bull ran enforcement under Gotti. Salvatore Gravano didn't just kill for the Mafia. He ran its most violent operations with the precision of a general and the coldness of a machine. 19 confirmed bodies lay behind him, and countless more lives were ruined by the rackets he protected. The bosses feared him because he was too good at what he did. He could eliminate anyone without remorse and without mistakes. When he turned, the same skills that protected the family destroyed it. Sammy the Bull wasn't a hothead or a loudmouth. He was the disciplined killer who sat at the right hand of the boss, knew every secret, and then used that knowledge to bury the entire organization. Even after decades behind bars and in hiding, his name still represents the ultimate mafia nightmare. The loyal enforcer who one day decides the family itself is the enemy. The man Gotti trusted to kill for him became the man who killed the family with his words. That is why, even in the brutal world of the Gambino crime family, Sammy the Bull was the one killer they could never fully control. Number 6. Joseph Barboza. Joseph the Animal Barboza was one of the most feared hitmen in New England's Patriarca crime family, a Portuguese-American enforcer who operated as an associate because his bloodline barred him from being made. A former professional boxer with a hair-trigger temper, he earned his nickname after biting a chunk out of a man's cheek in a bar fight and never looked back. Barboza killed without pattern or warning, shooting, stabbing, beating victims to death over debts, insults, or nothing at all. He claimed up to 26 murders, and the FBI credited him with at least that many during the bloody 1960s gang wars. Patriarca bosses used him to eliminate rivals, collect loans, and terrorize the streets of Boston, but they feared him more than the enemies he erased. His unpredictable violence made him a walking liability who could explode at any moment and bring the entire family down with him. Born September 20, 1932, in New Bedford, Massachusetts to Portuguese immigrants, Barboza grew up in a violent household. His father was a failed boxer who beat the family. Joe followed the same path, turning pro as a light heavyweight under the ring named the Baron. He fought 11 bouts, winning 8. But prison time for burglary and assault cut the career short. Released in the late 1950s, he drifted into Boston's underworld as a loan shark and muscle for independent crews. In 1958, fresh out of Walpole, he walked into an East Boston bar where an elderly patron yelled at him for being loud and rude. Barboza grabbed the man, bit into his cheek, and tore off flesh in front of witnesses. The story spread fast. Patriarca underbosses took notice. They needed a savage who wasn't Italian but could deliver results. Barboza became their go-to killer, working under Stephen the Rifleman Flemmi and answering to Gennaro Angiulo in Boston and Raymond Patriarca in Providence. During the McLean-McLaughlin gang war that tore through Boston in the mid-1960s, Barboza racked up bodies for the Patriarca side. He shot Harold Hannon and Wilfred Delaney in 1964 as revenge hits. On March 12, 1965, he and Flemmi murdered Edward Teddy Deegan in a Chelsea alley, pumping him full of bullets over stolen money and territory. Barboza later helped frame 6 innocent men for the Deegan killing in a rigged trial that sent 4 to death row and 2 to life. The FBI knew the truth but protected their new informant. Barboza didn't care about the frame-up. He killed for the paycheck and the rush. He admitted stabbing debtors in the face, legs, arms, and chest when they fell behind on loans. One victim got an ice pick through the eardrum. Others were beaten so badly their faces were unrecognizable. He once bragged he would stab a man 14 weeks late on a payment just to send the message. No one was safe. Not rivals, not civilians, not even his own associates if they looked at him sideways. Barboza's temper made him unstoppable on the street, but toxic to the bosses. He muscled into nightclubs already paying protection to Angiulo, demanding his own cut. When shot at outside his Chelsea home, he responded by escalating the violence instead of lying low. Patriarca and Angiulo watched him grow reckless, drawing federal heat and killing over petty insults. He wasn't a disciplined soldier like the Italians. He was an animal who operated on rage. The same hair trigger that made him effective also made him dangerous to control. One wrong word from Barboza and the whole organization could collapse under investigation. They used him for the dirtiest jobs, eliminating independents, silencing witnesses, enforcing the rackets, but kept him at arm's length. He was never made, never fully trusted, and always one outburst away from destroying the family he served. By 1966, the heat was too much. Barboza was arrested on gun charges. When the Patriarca family refused to post his bail and even killed associates who tried to help, he felt betrayed. In 1967, he flipped, becoming the first major New England mobster to turn FBI informant. He spilled everything: names, rackets, and murder contracts. His testimony helped convict Raymond Patriarca and dismantled parts of the family's Boston operations. In return, he entered the Witness Protection Program, got a new identity, and was relocated to California. The bosses who once paid him to kill now marked him for death. Even in hiding, he couldn't stop. In summer 1970, under the name Joseph Bentley, he argued with small-time crook Clay Wilson during a walk in the woods near Glen Ellen. Barboza shot Wilson twice in the back of the head, dragged the body under a tree stump, and scared the two women present into silence. The FBI later called it his 26th murder. He served 5 years for second-degree murder and walked out again. On February 11, 1976, the past caught up. Living in San Francisco as Joseph Donati, Barboza stepped out of an apartment and walked toward his car. A van pulled alongside. 4 shotgun blasts from hitman J.R. Russo tore through him. He died on the sidewalk at age 43. Patriarca underboss Gennaro Angiulo had finally ordered the hit once Barboza's location leaked. The man who had killed over 20 people for the family was erased the same way he erased others: quick, violent, and on the street. Joseph Barboza wasn't just another contract killer. He was the unpredictable savage the Patriarca family unleashed when they needed maximum terror and minimum questions. His boxing-honed fists and hair-trigger rage turned loan sharking and enforcement into bloodbaths. He murdered for revenge, for money, for sport, and sometimes for nothing. The bosses feared him because he could not be controlled. He killed anyone at any time, drew too much attention, and ultimately turned on them when they turned on him. Even in witness protection, he kept killing. The animal lived and died by the same rule he enforced on the streets of Boston: show weakness or cross the wrong man, and you end up dead. The Patriarca family used his brutality to dominate New England, then feared it enough to put him in the ground. Barboza left behind a trail of more than 20 bodies, ruined lives from his false testimony, and a reputation that proved even the most ruthless mafia organization could not handle the one killer who was truly uncontrollable. Number 7. Charles Luciano. Charles "Charlie" Lucky Luciano was the architect of the modern American mafia, but before he built the commission and ruled from the top, he was a street-level killer who personally pulled triggers and carved out his path with blood. Born Salvatore Lucania on November 24, 1897, in Lercara Fritti, Sicily, he arrived in New York at age 9 and immediately fell into the 5 Points gang. By his teens, he was robbing, pimping, and dealing heroin on the Lower East Side. He earned the nickname Lucky the hard way in 1929, when rival gunmen kidnapped him, beat him with a baseball bat, stabbed him repeatedly, slit his throat, and dumped him on a beach in Staten Island. He survived with a scarred face and a permanently drooping eye, but the attack only made him more ruthless. Luciano decided that survival meant total elimination of anyone who stood in his way, and he proved it with his own hands. In the 1920s Prohibition wars, Luciano rose under Joe the Boss Masseria. He handled enforcement personally, shaking down speakeasies, hijacking liquor trucks, and gunning down competitors who refused to pay tribute. He was not above street shootings. When a rival crew tried to muscle into his narcotics trade, he walked up and shot 2 men dead on a crowded sidewalk in broad daylight, then kept walking while bystanders scattered. He ordered and participated in the murders of at least a dozen small-time operators who crossed him on drug deals or protection rackets. His crew used ice picks, knives, and 38 revolvers at close range, so the message stayed personal. Bodies were left where they fell or dumped in the East River with concrete shoes. By the late 1920s, Luciano had directly killed or helped kill over 20 men to secure his slice of the bootlegging, gambling, and prostitution empires. The Castellamore's war between Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano gave Luciano his biggest opening. He played both sides. On April 15, 1931, he set up Masseria at Nuova Via Tamaro restaurant in Coney Island. While Luciano stepped away to the bathroom, Bugsy Siegel, Albert Anastasia, Joe Adonis, and Vito Genovese walked in and emptied their guns into Masseria at the table. Luciano returned to the scene, calmly called the police, and claimed he had been in the restroom the whole time. 2 months later, on September 10, 1931, he struck again. Maranzano had named himself boss of all bosses and was planning to kill Luciano. Instead, Luciano sent a Jewish hit squad led by Meyer Lansky's men into Maranzano's Manhattan office. They stabbed and shot the old Sicilian to death along with his bodyguard. In the weeks that followed, Luciano ordered the purge, known as the Sicilian Vespers. Dozens of Maranzano loyalists gunned down across the country in coordinated hits he helped coordinate. His direct involvement in the 2 biggest boss killings of the era cleared the board for him to seize power. With the old guard dead, Luciano created the Commission in 1931, a board of directors that replaced the feudal boss system with a more corporate structure. He divided New York into 5 families, set rules for disputes, and centralized the rackets so the money flowed upward without constant street wars. But the commission was built on the bodies he had already stacked. He kept control through fear. When a bookmaker in Brooklyn shorted the take, Luciano had him dragged into a garage, beaten with pipes until his bones broke, and then shot in the head. When a union official talked to prosecutors, Luciano ordered him strangled with piano wire and left hanging from a meat hook in a warehouse. He expanded into nationwide narcotics trafficking, using his own hands early on to test shipments and eliminate dealers who skimmed. His crew estimated he personally participated in at least 30 killings before he stepped back into the pure boss role. Indirectly, through the commission and the families he controlled, hundreds more died in rackets he designed and protected. Luciano ran the largest prostitution ring in New York, controlling thousands of women and earning millions. When one of his madams tried to leave with the books, he had her beaten, raped, and dumped in an alley. When Dutch Schultz pushed too hard for a seat at the commission table in 1935, Luciano approved his murder, then had the killers shot as well to keep the secret. He lived like a king, custom suits, penthouse suites, and a private table at the Copacabana, but the foundation was always violence. Even as the most powerful mobster in America, he never forgot the street. He carried a gun and was known to pistol whip men who disrespected him in meetings. The other bosses respected his vision, but feared the man who had personally erased the previous generation. They knew Luciano had no problem going back to the ice pick or the revolver if anyone challenged his rules. In 1936, Special Prosecutor Thomas E. Dewey convicted him on 62 counts of compulsory prostitution. Luciano received a 30 to 50-year sentence and was sent to Dannemora prison. From his cell, he continued to run the family through messengers and still ordered hits on rivals who tried to encroach on his territory. During World War II, he struck a deal with the U.S. Navy, using his waterfront control to prevent sabotage on the docks in exchange for a lighter sentence. In 1946, he was deported to Italy. Even in exile, he directed American operations and ordered contract killings on men who owed him money or talked too much. He died of a heart attack on January 26, 1962, at Naples Airport while waiting to meet a movie producer. He was 64. His funeral in New York drew hundreds of mob figures who owed their entire way of life to the man who had killed his way to the top. Charles "Charlie" Lucky Luciano didn't just order murders, he carried them out when it mattered. He personally eliminated obstacles in the 1920s and 1930s, stacking dozens of bodies with his own hands to clear the path for the modern mafia. The commission he created ended the old boss of bosses' wars, but it was soaked in the blood of the men he shot, stabbed, and strangled. Hundreds died indirectly on his orders through the families and rackets he controlled. The bosses who followed him feared the example he set. One man with no mercy and no limits could reshape the entire underworld. Luciano proved that the most brutal killer didn't need to stay on the street forever. He could move upstairs and run the whole machine. His early reputation as a hands-on executioner is exactly what made the rest of the Mafia fall in line. Even after deportation and death, his name remains the blueprint for organized crime, because he built it with bullets first and board meetings second. The dozens he killed directly, and the hundreds more who died because of the empire he forged, made Charlie Lucky the original Mafia killer who turned violence into an institution.
Number 8. Albert Anastasia. Albert Anastasia was born Umberto Anastasio on September 26, 1902, in Tropea, Calabria, Italy. He was one of 9 children in a poor family. At age 15, he stowed away on a ship bound for New York. He jumped ship in Brooklyn and immediately went to work on the docks. The waterfront was run by Italian gangs, and he fit right in. By his early 20s, he had already killed his first man. He was arrested for the murder of a longshoreman named Joe Sox Lanza in 1920, but the witnesses disappeared and the case collapsed. That became his pattern. He changed his name to Anastasia to sound less Italian and less traceable. He muscled into the International Longshoremen's Association and controlled several piers. If a dock worker complained about the kickbacks or tried to unionize honestly, Anastasia's crew beat him with lead pipes, broke his legs, or simply made him vanish. One rival stevedore was found floating in the East River with his throat cut and his tongue pulled out through the hole. Anastasia didn't hide his work. He wanted the docks to know exactly who ran them. In 1931, he was one of the 4 gunmen who walked into the Nuova Via Talmaro restaurant in Coney Island and emptied their revolvers into Giuseppe Joe, the boss Masseria. That hit ended the Castellamarese War and put Lucky Luciano in power. Luciano rewarded Anastasia with steady murder contracts and protection. Anastasia became a made man and quickly rose inside the Mangano family, which later became the Gambino family. He kept the waterfront rackets, the gambling, the extortion, and the enforcement work. By 1933, he and Louis Lepke Buchalter created Murder Incorporated. It was a professional killing service for the entire national syndicate. The outfit had a strict division of labor, spotters, drivers, shooters, and body disposal teams. Anastasia ran the Brooklyn headquarters out of a candy store on Saratoga Avenue. He personally approved every contract that came through. Estimates put the total body count between 400 and 1,000 hits over the next decade. Anastasia didn't just sign the orders. He often pulled the trigger himself. He liked the work. Take the case of Peter Panto. Panto was a 28-year-old longshoreman who tried to expose the corruption on the docks in 1939. He held rallies and talked to the district attorney. Anastasia had him lured to a meeting, strangled with a rope, and buried in a lime pit on a Staten Island farm. The body was never supposed to be found. When it was discovered anyway, the witnesses who could tie Anastasia to the murder were systematically eliminated. One potential informant was shot in the face while eating dinner with his wife. Another was stabbed 27 times in a pool hall. Anastasia's temper was volcanic. In 1942, he walked into a bar on 14th Street because a man had looked at him sideways. He picked up a wooden chair and beat the guy to death in front of 20 witnesses. The witnesses suddenly remembered nothing. In another incident, he pistol whipped a dock worker so badly the man lost an eye and never walked straight again. Fear was his management style. In 1951, his boss Vincent Mangano and Mangano's brother Philip both disappeared within days of each other. Everyone in the life knew Anastasia had ordered the hits. He took over as boss of the family and immediately started expanding. He tightened control over the waterfront unions, the construction rackets, and the gambling operations in Brooklyn and Queens. His crew was the most feared enforcement arm in New York. He answered to no one except the Commission, and even then he pushed the limits. Then came the Arnold Schuster killing in 1952. Schuster was a 24-year-old civilian, a tailor's son who had spotted bank robber Willie Sutton on a subway and called the police. He collected the $70,000 reward and appeared on television bragging about it. Anastasia saw the broadcast in a bar. He slammed his fist on the table and said, "I don't like squealers. I don't care who he is. Hit him." His men followed Schuster for days, then gunned him down on a Brooklyn sidewalk in broad daylight, 3 bullets in the head and 1 in the back. The murder of an ordinary citizen who had done nothing against the mob broke every rule the syndicate lived by. The other bosses were furious. It brought FBI heat and newspaper headlines that called the mob out of the shadows. Anastasia shrugged it off. He kept giving orders exactly the way he always had. By 1957, he had grown dangerously greedy. Meyer Lansky controlled the Cuban casino empire under dictator Fulgencio Batista. The Havana hotels and gambling floors were printing millions every month for the syndicate. Anastasia decided he wanted a bigger piece. He sent representatives to Havana demanding a seat at the table. When Lansky refused, Anastasia started planning his own rival casinos and threatened to muscle in by force. At the same time, he openly disrespected Vito Genovese and treated his own underboss Carlo Gambino like a servant. He screamed at commission meetings, made unilateral moves, and threatened anyone who questioned him. His behavior became unpredictable and reckless. Genovese saw the opportunity. He quietly met with Gambino and other bosses. They agreed Anastasia had become a liability who could no longer be trusted. The decision was made. He had to go. Gambino, who would inherit the family, helped plan the details and made sure the hit would be clean. On October 25, 1957, Albert Anastasia followed his usual morning routine. He ate breakfast at a diner on 7th Avenue, read the newspaper, and walked into the barbershop in the basement of the Park Sheraton Hotel at 56th Street and 7th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. It was 10:15 a.m. He sat in chair number 4, the one closest to the window. The barber draped a white sheet around him, lathered his face with hot shaving cream, and began the shave. Anastasia closed his eyes and relaxed. 2 men wearing dark suits and scarves covering the lower half of their faces walked in. They moved fast. They shoved the barber aside. One man pulled a .38 revolver, the other a .45 automatic. They opened fire at point-blank range. The first shot slammed into Anastasia's chest. He jerked upright, eyes wide. Blood sprayed across the mirror. He tried to stand. They kept shooting. 10 bullets in total tore through his body. Chest, stomach, head, arms. Glass from the shattered mirrors rained down on him. He staggered forward 3 steps, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, then collapsed face down on the black and white tile floor. The hot lather was still on what remained of his face. The gunman turned and walked out calmly. No one in the shop tried to stop them. The entire hit took less than 30 seconds. Anastasia, the man who had ordered and carried out thousands of murders, died exactly the way he had sent so many others to their graves, ambushed, outnumbered, and with no chance to fight back. He was 55 years old. His body lay there for the police photographers while the lather mixed with his blood on the floor. Carlo Gambino took control of the family the same afternoon. The commission stayed quiet. No retaliation came. The machine kept running without him. Albert Anastasia's last mistake was believing the rules that governed every other mobster did not apply to him. He pushed too hard on Lansky's Cuban money, alienated Genovese and Gambino, and lost the only thing that had kept him alive for 30 years: fear. Once that fear turned into hatred among his own peers, his time was up. He ended up just another statistic on the long list of bodies he had helped create. Number 9. Carmine Galante. Carmine Galante was born Camillo Carmine Galante on February 21, 1910, in a tenement in East Harlem, Manhattan. His parents, Vincenzo and Vincenza Galante, were Sicilian immigrants from Castellammare del Golfo. He dropped out of school young and ran with violent street gangs on the Lower East Side. His arrest record started in 1926 with robbery and assault charges. By age 20, he had already killed his first known victim. On March 15, 1930, during a payroll robbery in Brooklyn, Galante shot and killed New York City police officer Walter de Castilla in cold blood. He was arrested, but walked free when witnesses were intimidated or vanished. That set the tone for the rest of his life. He became a full-time enforcer and hitman, first working directly for Vito Genovese. NYPD investigators later tied him to between 80 and 100 murders. He strangled, shot, stabbed, and beat men to death without a second thought. One of his highest profile killings came on January 11, 1943. Galante allegedly walked up to Italian anarchist journalist Carlo Tresca on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight and put a bullet in him. Tresca had publicly criticized Mussolini and certain mob-connected figures. Galante was arrested as the prime suspect, but the case collapsed when key witnesses disappeared or refused to testify. He simply kept killing. In the 1940s, he joined the Bonanno crime family as a driver and bodyguard for Joseph Bonanno himself. He rose fast because he was ruthless. By the 1950s, Bonanno sent him to Montreal to open a Canadian outpost and build the heroin pipeline that became known as the French Connection. Galante flooded New York with Sicilian heroin. He controlled the supply from Montreal straight into the city, making millions while other families hesitated. He kept the profits tight and the violence constant. He was indicted for narcotics trafficking in 1958 and 1960. In 1962, he was convicted and sentenced to 20 years. He served 12 years in Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. Even from prison, he ran drug deals and gave orders. When he walked out in 1974, he was hungrier than ever. Joseph Bonanno had retired. Galante seized control of the family as acting boss. He imported Sicilian gunmen known as Zips from Castellammare del Golfo to serve as his personal army. They were loyal only to him, and they enforced his rules with extreme brutality. Once in power, he made his last and fatal mistake. Galante decided he would monopolize the entire heroin trade in the United States. He muscled in on territories controlled by the Gambino family and others. He refused to pay the commission its traditional cut of the drug money. At the same time, he openly ordered hits on rival Gambino soldiers and associates who got in his way. At least 8 Gambino men were murdered on his direct orders as he tried to wipe out competition. He bragged that he didn't need permission from anyone. He ignored every unwritten rule that kept the 5 families in balance. His arrogance and greed turned the entire commission against him. The bosses met in secret. Paul Castellano of the Gambinos, Philip Rostelli of his own Bonanno family, and the rest of the commission gave the green light. Galante had to die. On July 12, 1979, it was a sweltering afternoon in Brooklyn. Galante went to Joe and Mary's Italian-American restaurant at 205 Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick. The place was owned by his cousin Giuseppe Joe Turano. He sat on the outdoor patio with Turano, longtime Bonanno capo Leonardo Coppola, and 2 Sicilian bodyguards, Cesare Bonventre and Baldassare Amato. They ate lunch, tomato salad and wine, while Galante puffed on his ever-present cigar. At 2:45 p.m., 3 masked gunmen walked straight onto the patio. They raised shotguns and pistols and opened fire without warning. A shotgun blast slammed into Galante's upper chest and knocked him backward out of his chair. Bullets tore through his left eye and ripped across his body. He collapsed on the ground with blood pouring from his face and chest. Turano and Coppola were shot in the head and died instantly. The gunmen kept firing until the 3 men were finished. Then they turned and walked out calmly. The entire hit took less than 30 seconds. Galante lay dead on the patio, with the cigar still clenched between his teeth. Food and wine glasses were still on the table. His 2 bodyguards walked away without a scratch. Later evidence showed they had helped set him up for the commission. He was 69 years old. Carmine Galante, the man suspected of over 80 murders and the self-proclaimed king of New York heroin, died exactly the way he had sent so many others to the grave, ambushed and executed in public with no chance to fight back. The commission's order was carried out perfectly. Philip Rastelli took full control of the Bonanno family. The heroin business continued, but now the profits were shared according to the rules Galante had tried to break. His greed and refusal to respect the commission's authority cost him everything. The crime scene photo of his body slumped in the chair with that cigar still burning became the final image of a man who thought the rules never applied to him.
Number 10. Paul Castellano.
Paul Castellano was born Constantino Paul Castellano on June 26, 1915, in the Bensonhurst section of Brooklyn. He was the youngest of 3 sons born to Italian immigrant parents. He left school after the 8th grade and quickly entered a life of crime. His first major arrest came in 1934 when he was caught in an armed robbery. He served a short prison sentence and returned to the streets more hardened. By the 1940s, he had become a made member of what was then the Mangano crime family, later renamed the Gambino family after Carlo Gambino took control in 1957. Castellano married Nina Mano in 1937. Nina was the sister of Gambino soldier Tommy Mano, making Castellano Carlo Gambino's brother-in-law through marriage. This family connection propelled his career. He started as a collector and enforcer, but soon moved into bigger rackets. He was involved in loan sharking, extortion, and labor racketeering. He stood 6'2" tall and weighed over 250 pounds, earning the nickname Big Paul. Unlike many mobsters who enjoyed flashy street life, Castellano preferred operating from the shadows like a legitimate businessman. Under Carlo Gambino, Castellano rose steadily. He became a capo and later served as the family's consigliere. Gambino trusted him with sensitive matters because of his intelligence and discretion. When Gambino died of a heart attack on October 15, 1976, he made the controversial decision to name Castellano as the new boss of the Gambino crime family instead of the popular and feared underboss Agnello Neil Della Croce. This choice immediately created deep divisions inside the family. Many soldiers and capos loyal to Della Croce felt betrayed. Della Croce was the one who understood the street, the killers, and the traditional ways. Castellano was viewed as an outsider who looked down on the blue-collar mobsters. Once in power, Castellano transformed the way the Gambino family operated. He moved the family away from traditional street crimes like hijacking and armed robbery toward more sophisticated white-collar rackets. He exerted massive control over the construction industry in New York City, controlling concrete suppliers, unions, and major building projects. The family took kickbacks on everything from window installation to steel delivery. He also dominated the meat and poultry business through control of the unions at the Fulton Fish Market and major slaughterhouses. Garbage hauling, vending machines, and loan sharking all funneled millions into the family's coffers. Castellano lived in a sprawling mansion on Tot Hill in Staten Island that featured white columns and security cameras everywhere. The press called it the White House. He rarely left the property and avoided direct contact with low-ranking soldiers. Despite his corporate image, Paul Castellano was responsible for plenty of blood. According to later informant testimony, he was directly linked to ordering at least 5 murders, and he authorized dozens more during his 9-year reign. One brutal example was the 1978 disappearance of Nicholas Cibetta, a Gambino associate. Cibetta had made the mistake of insulting Castellano's daughter. Castellano ordered him killed, and his body was never recovered. In 1976, he ordered the double murder of father and son James and James Eppolito. The older Eppolito was a Gambino soldier who had been dealing drugs and running his mouth to the wrong people. Both men were shot in the head and their bodies dumped. Another was the 1983 execution of Roy DeMeo. DeMeo ran a crew that murdered over 200 people, often dismembering bodies in a Brooklyn garage. He had become a liability with his out-of-control drug dealing. Castellano summoned him to a meeting and had him shot multiple times. DeMeo's body was found in the trunk of his own car. Castellano's biggest policy was his strict ban on drug dealing by MAID members. He declared that anyone caught dealing narcotics would be killed. He argued that drugs brought too much federal heat and attracted the wrong type of people. This rule created massive resentment because many of the family's soldiers and associates were already deeply involved in heroin and cocaine trafficking. While he publicly enforced the ban, it was widely believed that Castellano and his close inner circle were quietly taking a percentage of the huge drug profits coming through the family. This double standard infuriated the younger generation, especially John Gotti and his Bergen Hunt and Fish Club crew. The situation reached a boiling point in late 1985. On December 2nd, Neil Delacroce died of cancer at age 71. Delacroce had been the buffer that kept the peace between Castellano's faction and the street soldiers. His death removed the last restraint. Castellano committed what many saw as his fatal error. He refused to attend Delacroce's wake or funeral. To the men who loved and respected Neil, this was the ultimate sign of disrespect. John Gotti, who viewed Delacroce as a father figure, was livid. At the same time, the FBI was closing in with major indictments, and Castellano was reportedly preparing to demote or even eliminate Gotti and several of his closest allies over the drug dealing issue. He had also promoted his driver and bodyguard Thomas "Tommy" Bilotti to underboss, a move the street crews saw as an insult. Gotti decided he could not wait any longer. He met with Sammy the Bull Gravano and other trusted capos. They planned a bold assassination without full commission approval. The target was set for December 16, 1985. That evening, Castellano and his new underboss Thomas "Tommy" Bilotti left for a scheduled dinner meeting at Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street in Manhattan. Bilotti drove the black Lincoln Town car. They pulled up in front of the restaurant around 5:26 p.m. As Castellano stepped out of the passenger door onto the sidewalk, 4 assassins in long trench coats and black Russian fur hats moved in quickly. The shooters were John Carneglia, Edward Lino, Salvatore Scala, and Vincent Artuso. The gunmen opened fire at close range. At least 6 to 10 bullets slammed into Castellano's head, chest, and body. He was hit repeatedly as he tried to react. His body jerked violently before collapsing onto the cold pavement in front of the busy steakhouse. Blood pooled around him on the sidewalk. Tommy Bilotti jumped out from the driver's side and attempted to draw his weapon, but the assassins turned on him immediately. He was shot multiple times in the head and chest at point-blank range and died instantly beside his boss. John Gotti and Sammy Gravano watched the entire hit from a parked car across the street. Once they confirmed both men were dead, they drove away. The 4 shooters disappeared into the Manhattan evening traffic. The brazen public execution sent a clear message throughout the underworld. Paul Castellano, the man known as the Howard Hughes of the mob for his reclusive and business-like approach, died at the age of 70 in one of the most famous mob hits in history. His body lay exposed on the street while dinner guests inside Sparks Steakhouse ducked for cover. John Gotti took over the Gambino family within days and became the most high-profile gangster in America. Castellano's downfall was caused by his own arrogance and disconnection from his men. By skipping Neil Delacroce's funeral, enforcing a hypocritical drug policy, and treating loyal soldiers with contempt while living like a king in his mansion, he signed his own death warrant. The man who tried to run the Mafia like a corporation learned the hard way that in this world, Respect and fear on the street still mattered more than white-collar profits. He ended up dead in the gutter, just like any other soldier who lost the power game.
Number 11. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel.
Benjamin Bugsy Siegel was born Benjamin Siegel on February 28, 1906, in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn to Russian Jewish immigrant parents. He was the second of 5 children in a family that barely scraped by. By age 12, he was already running a protection racket, shaking down pushcart peddlers on the Lower East Side for $1 a week or a beating. He dropped out of school and formed a gang with childhood friend Meyer Lansky. The 2 teenagers created the Bug and Meyer Mob, a crew of Jewish killers and bootleggers that specialized in enforcement work for the emerging national crime syndicate. During Prohibition, Siegel and Lansky hijacked liquor trucks, ran floating crap games, and murdered anyone who stood in their way. Siegel personally murdered more than 30 men. He did not delegate every kill. He liked the work. He shot rivals in the face at point-blank range, strangled them with piano wire until their eyes bulged out, beat them to death with lead pipes and baseball bats in back alleys, and stabbed them repeatedly in the chest and throat. One documented early hit involved a rival bootlegger who shorted them on a shipment. Siegel walked up to the man on a Brooklyn dock, put a gun to his forehead, and pulled the trigger while the victim begged for his life. The body was left in the open as a message. Another time, he and Lansky kidnapped a competitor, drove him to a remote quarry, and Siegel personally beat him unconscious with a shovel before dumping the body. In 1931, Siegel was one of the gunmen who helped assassinate Giuseppe Joe the Boss Masseria in a Coney Island restaurant, clearing the way for Lucky Luciano to reorganize the Mafia. Luciano rewarded him with more power. Siegel became a founding member of Murder Incorporated, the syndicate's official execution squad. He traveled coast to coast carrying out contracts. He killed in New York, Chicago, and Detroit. His reputation for cold-blooded efficiency made him one of the most feared enforcers in the country. By the mid-1930s, he had moved to Los Angeles to open the West Coast for the syndicate. He took over gambling rackets, extortion from Hollywood studios, and the narcotics trade flowing through California. He lived large in Beverly Hills, dressed in tailored suits, dated movie stars, and threw parties attended by celebrities who had no idea they were entertaining a man with more than 30 bodies on his hands. Siegel's big vision was Las Vegas. In 1945, he convinced the syndicate to finance a luxury hotel and casino called the Flamingo on a barren stretch of desert highway. The original budget was $1 million. Siegel promised it would be the jewel of the desert and print money for the mob. Construction began, but costs exploded. By late 1946, the project had burned through $6 million. Siegel kept demanding more cash from his investors in New York and Chicago. He flew back and forth, screaming at contractors and skimming huge sums for himself and his girlfriend, Virginia Hill. He bought her jewelry, furs, and a mansion. He paid cash for homes, cars, and hidden accounts, while the Flamingo bled red ink. The casino opened on December 26, 1946, to a disaster. Only a handful of high rollers showed up. The place lost money every night. The syndicate bosses in the East had had enough. They had poured millions into what they now believed was a con job. Meetings were held in secret. The decision came down, Bugsy had to go. On the evening of June 20th, 1947, Siegel was staying at Virginia Hill's rented mansion at 810 North Linden Drive in Beverly Hills. Virginia was out of town. He had dinner with an associate, then sat down on the living room sofa in front of a large picture window. He picked up the Los Angeles Times and started reading the sports section. At 10:45 p.m., a gunman outside the window raised a .30 caliber military carbine. He fired 9 rounds in rapid succession. 4 bullets slammed into Siegel's head and upper body. One shot tore straight through his left eye socket, blowing the eyeball out of his skull and across the room onto the carpet. Another bullet ripped through his cheek and shattered his jaw. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the white sofa, and the newspaper still clutched in his hands. His body jerked violently with each impact, then slumped sideways. The entire hit took less than 10 seconds. The gunman walked away into the darkness. No one was ever charged. Siegel was 41 years old. His body was taken to the Los Angeles County morgue, where photographers captured the gruesome scene. One eye missing, the other half open, face caved in, blood soaking his silk shirt. The Flamingo had been closed temporarily after the murder. Within weeks, the syndicate put new management in place. The hotel started making massive profits almost immediately. The same operation that cost Siegel his life became one of the most successful casinos in Las Vegas history. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, the man who personally murdered more than 30 victims and helped build the modern syndicate, died exactly the way he had killed so many others, ambushed without warning, his brains splattered across a room while he sat relaxed and defenseless. His last mistake was simple and fatal. He stole from the wrong people, lied about the numbers, and believed his charm and past service would protect him from the same rules he had enforced on everyone else for 20 years. The mob investors lost patience with the Flamingo's bleeding budget and the millions they believed he pocketed. Once they decided he was a thief instead of an asset, his life was over. He ended up just another name on the long list of bodies he had helped create. The desert kept growing, the money kept flowing, and Bugsy Siegel became a footnote in the very empire he had dreamed of building.
Number 12. Vincent Gigante.
Vincent Gigante was born Vincent Louis Gigante on March 29, 1928, in the Greenwich Village section of Manhattan to Sicilian immigrant parents Salvatore and Yolanda Gigante. His father ran a small grocery store on Sullivan Street. Gigante dropped out of school in the 8th grade and turned to street crime early. He boxed professionally for a short time as a light heavyweight under the name The Chin, a nickname that stuck for life. By his late teens, he was already a made member of the Genovese crime family, working as an enforcer and hitman under boss Vito Genovese. On May 2, 1957, Gigante carried out one of the most famous botched hits in mob history. Frank Costello, the acting boss of the family, had survived an earlier power struggle but still stood in Genovese's way. Gigante waited outside Costello's apartment building at 115 Central Park West. When Costello walked into the lobby after dinner, Gigante stepped up behind him, raised a .38 revolver, and fired at point-blank range. The bullet grazed Costello's scalp and tore through the side of his head. Blood sprayed across the marble floor. Costello collapsed but survived because the shot only creased his skull. Gigante fled, convinced he had killed the boss. The botched assassination forced Genovese to take full control anyway. Gigante was arrested but walked free when Costello refused to identify him in court, muttering the classic line, "I don't know who done it." The failed hit made Gigante's reputation as a loyal, stone-cold killer. Gigante rose fast. He became a capo and later underboss. He personally strangled, shot, and beat men to death for the family. In the 1960s and 1970s, he ordered dozens of murders to eliminate rivals, informants, and anyone who crossed the Genovese interests in the garment district, construction unions, and waterfront rackets. One victim was a loan shark debtor who fell behind on payments. Gigante had him dragged into a social club basement, tied to a chair, and beaten with a baseball bat until his skull cracked. The body was dumped in a New Jersey landfill. Another time, he ordered the execution of a made member suspected of talking to the FBI. The man was lured to a meeting, shot 6 times in the chest, and left in the trunk of a stolen car on the West Side Highway. By the early 1980s, Gigante had taken over as boss after Genovese's family leadership crumbled under federal pressure. He ran the most powerful and secretive crime family in New York from the shadows. But law enforcement was closing in. In 1987, he was indicted on racketeering charges. That's when he launched the act that defined the rest of his life. Gigante began wandering the streets of Greenwich Village in a tattered bathrobe, pajamas, and slippers, muttering to himself, drooling, and talking nonsense to imaginary friends. He shuffled into his mother's apartment building, sat on park benches, and pretended to be completely insane. Family lawyers and psychiatrists claimed he was a paranoid schizophrenic who barely knew his own name. The press nicknamed him the Oddfather. Judges and juries bought it for years. Multiple trials ended in mistrials or acquittals because he was declared mentally unfit to stand trial. For over 15 years, the Bathrobe Act worked perfectly. He continued running the family from the Triangle Social Club on Sullivan Street and his mother's apartment. He issued orders in whispers, collected envelopes of cash, approved hits, and divided millions in construction kickbacks and union payoffs, all while pretending to be a drooling lunatic. He never admitted anything on tape. He communicated through hand signals and coded language. The FBI spent millions watching him shuffle around in his robe and never caught him giving a direct order. His last mistake came in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Gigante got sloppy. He allowed informants inside the family and planted FBI bugs inside the social club and his mother's apartment. The recordings captured him speaking clearly, coherently, and in complete control. On one tape, he discussed family business, ordered the beating of a debtor, and complained about another capo's performance in perfect English with no trace of the fake insanity. Another bug picked up him giving detailed instructions on a union shakedown and dividing profits from a concrete company scam. Federal prosecutors played the tapes in court. Gigante was heard laughing, cursing, and running the family exactly like the sharp, ruthless boss he had always been. In 2003, the evidence became overwhelming. Faced with life in prison and the recordings that destroyed his entire defense, Gigante finally admitted in open court that the Bathrobe Act had been a deliberate fraud. He pleaded guilty to racketeering and conspiracy to murder. The man who had fooled psychiatrists, judges, and the public for 15 years stood up and acknowledged that the Chin had never been crazy. He was sentenced to 13 years in federal prison. Vincent Gigante died on December 19, 2005, at age 77 in a federal medical center in Missouri. He was still serving time. The once powerful boss of the Genovese family, the man who ordered dozens of murders and botched the hit on Frank Costello, ended his life behind bars because he finally let his guard down. The same sharp mind that kept him out of prison for decades got captured on tape because he underestimated how far the FBI would go with informants and hidden microphones. His legendary Oddfather performance collapsed under the weight of his own words. He died a convicted racketeer, stripped of the only shield that had protected him for years. The family he ran with iron discipline continued without him, but the myth of the crazy man in the bathrobe died the day the tapes played in court.
Number 13. Tony Spilotro.
Tony Spilotro was born Anthony John Spilotro on May 28, 1938, in Chicago's Near West Side to Italian immigrant parents Pasquale and Antoinette Spilotro. His father ran a small delicatessen on Taylor Street. Tony was the youngest of 6 children and grew up in a tough Italian neighborhood where the Chicago outfit already controlled the streets. He stood only 5'5" and weighed barely 150 pounds, earning the nickname Tony the Ant early on. By age 13, he was already running with local street gangs, stealing cars, shaking down bookies, and beating kids who looked at him wrong. He dropped out of high school and was arrested for the first time at 17 for carrying a concealed weapon. That arrest was just the beginning. Spilotro joined the Chicago outfit in the late 1950s under the wing of made man Mad Sam DeStefano. He proved himself as a ruthless enforcer. The FBI would later suspect him of personally participating in 22 to 25 murders during his career, most of them carried out with his bare hands or simple tools to send unmistakable messages. One early kill involved a loan shark debtor who missed payments. Spilotro dragged the man into an alley off Grand Avenue, beat him unconscious with a lead pipe, then stomped on his throat until the cartilage cracked and the victim stopped breathing. The body was left in a dumpster. Another victim was a rival bookmaker who tried to muscle in on outfit territory. Spilotro and 2 associates kidnapped him, drove him to a remote quarry outside the city, tied him to a chair, and took turns punching and kicking him for hours. When the man finally passed out from blood loss, Spilotro finished him by crushing his skull with a rock. The body was dumped in a ditch and never recovered for months. By the early 1960s, Spilotro had become one of the outfit's top street soldiers. He specialized in collecting debts, enforcing protection rackets, and eliminating anyone who talked to the feds. He once beat a suspected informant so badly the man's face was unrecognizable. Spilotro used brass knuckles, then switched to a baseball bat, breaking both arms, both legs, and every rib, before slitting the man's throat with a pocket knife and watching him bleed out on the floor of an abandoned warehouse. These were not quick executions. Spilotro enjoyed the violence. He told associates it kept the fear level high and the money flowing. In 1971, the outfit sent Spilotro to Las Vegas to replace the previous representative who had been murdered. His official job was to protect the Chicago mob's hidden interests in the casinos. The outfit was skimming millions every month from places like the Stardust, the Fremont, and the Hacienda through rigged slots, phony markers, and kickbacks. Spilotro's real role was muscle. He made sure no one stole from the skim and that the local police and politicians stayed bought. He operated out of the Gold Rush jewelry store on Sahara Avenue, which served as his legitimate front. Behind the scenes, he ran the streets with an iron fist. Spilotro quickly formed the Hole in the Wall Gang, a crew of professional burglars who specialized in high-end residential and commercial break-ins. They drilled through walls, bypassed alarms, and stole jewelry, cash, and furs worth hundreds of thousands per job. The gang hit over 100 targets in the Las Vegas Valley. One notorious score was the 1976 burglary of a wealthy businessman's home, where they stole $500,000 in cash and diamonds. Spilotro took a heavy cut of every score, even though the outfit had strict rules against unauthorized street crimes in Vegas. The burglaries brought massive FBI and local police heat. Undercover agents started infiltrating his crew. Informants began talking. Spilotro's name was suddenly in every newspaper as the man running the most violent crew in the desert. At the same time, he began a very public affair with Gary McGee Rosenthal, the wife of Frank Lefty Rosenthal, the outfit's frontman who ran the Stardust Casino. Gary was a former showgirl and high-stakes hustler. The affair was blatant. Spilotro was seen with her at restaurants, hotels, and private parties while Lefty was busy managing the skim. Lefty Rosenthal was one of the most important assets the outfit had in Vegas. The affair humiliated him and created dangerous tension inside the organization. Spilotro didn't care. He bragged about it to his crew. He continued the relationship openly, even after Lefty confronted him. This personal betrayal, combined with the burglary ring, made Spilotro a massive liability. The final straw came in 1985 and early 1986. The FBI had Spilotro under constant surveillance. Wiretaps, hidden cameras, and informants painted a picture of a man completely out of control. The Hole in the Wall Gang was indicted in 1985 on multiple burglary charges. Several members flipped and began cooperating. Spilotro's name was linked to at least 2 contract murders in Vegas during this period, including the 1979 killing of a casino executive who had threatened to expose the skim. The bosses back in Chicago, Joe Ayupa, Jackie Cerrone, and others, held secret meetings. They decided Spilotro had brought too much federal heat. The casinos were under siege. The skim was drying up. His reckless street crimes and the affair with Rosenthal's wife had turned him from an asset into a walking disaster. The order came down. Tony and his brother Michael had to be eliminated. On June 14, 1986, Spilotro and his brother Michael were lured to a meeting under the pretense of a promotion. Michael was also a made member and had been helping Tony in Vegas. They flew back to Chicago and were taken to a basement in Bensonville, Illinois. Waiting for them were several outfit enforcers. The brothers were stripped to their underwear. What followed was one of the most brutal mob executions in Chicago outfit history. The killers beat them for over an hour using fists, feet, and blunt objects. Tony Spilotro was punched repeatedly in the face until both eyes were swollen shut and his jaw was shattered. His ribs were broken, his internal organs ruptured from repeated kicks to the torso. Michael suffered the same savage beating. The attackers stomped on their heads and chests. Both men were asphyxiated by the trauma, lungs filled with blood, airways crushed. Autopsies later showed Tony had suffered more than 20 separate fractures to his skull, face, and body. Their bodies were wrapped in plastic, loaded into a car, and driven to a remote cornfield in Enos, Indiana, near the town of Morocco. They were dumped into a shallow grave and covered with dirt and corn stalks. The bodies were discovered on June 22, 1986, after a farmer noticed the disturbed soil. The corpses were badly decomposed from the summer heat. Tony Spilotro was 48 years old. His brother Michael was 41. The murders sent shockwaves through the outfit. No one was ever convicted for the killings, but the message was clear: even the toughest enforcer could be erased when he became a problem. Tony Spilotro, the man the FBI suspected of 22 to 25 murders, the Chicago outfit's primary enforcer in Las Vegas, died exactly the way he had killed so many others: beaten, broken, and discarded like garbage. His last mistake was simple and fatal. He ran an unauthorized burglary ring that flooded Vegas with FBI agents, and he openly slept with the wife of the man running the most important casino scam in the country. These acts of greed and arrogance cost the outfit millions in lost revenue and brought heat that threatened the entire Las Vegas operation. The same bosses who once protected him decided he was no longer worth the risk. They had him and his brother tortured to death in a basement and buried in a cornfield so the desert could forget him. The casinos kept operating. The skim continued under new management. Tony the Ant became just another body in the long list of men he had helped put in the ground. The outfit moved on, but the legend of his brutal end served as a warning for decades. In this world, no one is untouchable when the bosses decide the heat is too high.
Number 14. Roy DeMeo.
Roy DeMeo was born Roy Albert DeMeo on September 7, 1942, in the Flatlands section of Brooklyn to Italian-American parents Anthony Joseph DeMeo, a laundry deliveryman, and Eleanor DeMeo. He was the fourth of 5 children. His older brother Anthony Chubby DeMeo was killed in action in the Korean War in 1951. DeMeo graduated from James Madison High School in 1959 and immediately went to work as a butcher's apprentice in a local meat market. The job taught him how to carve meat with precision and efficiency. That skill would later define his signature killing technique. By his early 20s, he was already loan sharking on the side, lending money at extortionate rates to neighborhood gamblers and small businessmen. He fenced stolen goods and ran small-time protection rackets. The Gambino crime family noticed his ambition and violence. He became an associate under Capo Anthony Nino Gaggi and was formally inducted as a made man in the late 1960s. DeMeo built the most feared crew in the Gambino family. It operated out of the Gemini Lounge at 4021 Flatlands Avenue in the Canarsie section of Brooklyn. The bar was a front. Behind it was a small apartment where the real work happened. The crew included Chris Rosenberg, Joseph and Patrick Testa, Anthony Center, known as the Gemini Twins for their identical looks and cold efficiency, Henry Borelli, Frederick Denome, Richard Denome, Joseph Dracula Guglielmo DeMeos, and later Vito Arena and Carlo Profeta. They ran stolen cars, drugs, pornography, prostitution, and extortion. But their real specialty was murder. The FBI and NIPT eventually linked the DeMeo crew to between 100 and 200 killings, many carried out by DeMeo himself with his own hands. The method they perfected became known as the Gemini method. It was simple, clinical, and designed to leave no evidence. A victim was lured through the side door of the Gemini lounge into the back apartment under the pretense of a meeting, a drug deal, a loan payoff, or a friendly drink. Once inside, DeMeo or one of his men would step forward with a silenced pistol in one hand and a towel in the other. The victim was shot once in the head at close range. The towel was immediately wrapped around the head wound like a turban to stop the blood spray. The body was then dragged to the bathroom or a plastic-lined area, stripped, and hung upside down by the ankles from a meat hook or pulley system. This allowed the blood to drain completely into the bathtub or a large basin. With the body exsanguinated, the crew used butcher knives, meat saws, and cleavers, tools DeMeo knew from his apprenticeship, to dismember the corpse. The head was severed first, then the limbs, then the torso was cut into smaller pieces. Each section was wrapped in plastic garbage bags, sometimes weighted with cement or rocks, and dumped in remote landfills, swamps, the ocean, or abandoned buildings across New York and New Jersey. No body meant no murder case. The method was so effective that the crew could kill in broad daylight and have the remains disposed of before nightfall. DeMeo personally participated in dozens of these killings. One of the first documented was in 1973 when Nino Gaggi ordered the hit on Paul Rothenberg, a major distributor of pornographic films who had fallen behind on extortion payments. DeMeo tailed Rothenberg in an alley in Roslyn, Long Island, and fired 2 silenced shots into his head. The body was brought back to the Gemini, processed with the full method, and never seen again. In 1975, the crew kidnapped Andre Katz, a man who had argued with one of DeMeo's associates over a drug deal. They took him to a supermarket parking lot, beat him, then finished him at the Gemini. His body was chopped up, and parts were found scattered in trash cans around Brooklyn. Pedestrians reported seeing a human leg sticking out of a dumpster. The crew panicked for a moment but quickly refined the disposal process after that. In 1976, DeMeo ordered the double murder of Gambino soldier James Eppolito Sr. and his son James Eppolito Jr. The elder Eppolito had been dealing drugs and talking too much to the wrong people. DeMeo and his men ambushed them, shot them in the head, and dismembered both bodies at the Gemini Lounge. The remains were dumped in separate locations. DeMeo bragged to his crew that the father and son hit sent a clear message: no one was untouchable. Another brutal example came in the late 1970s when a loan shark debtor tried to short the crew. He was lured to the lounge, shot, drained, and cut into 6 pieces. His head was found weeks later in a Staten Island landfill. DeMeo once killed a man simply because the victim had looked at him the wrong way in a bar. The man was taken to the back room, executed, and processed while the jukebox played in the front of the lounge. Customers drinking at the bar had no idea a human being was being butchered 20 feet away. The crew's stolen car operation ran parallel to the murders and eventually sealed DeMeo's fate. They specialized in high-end vehicles, Cadillacs, Lincolns, Mercedes, that were stolen off the streets of New York and shipped overseas, mainly to Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, where they fetched premium prices on the black market. The Empire Boulevard operation in Brooklyn was the hub. Crew members used professional auto thieves, forged paperwork, and container ships leaving from New Jersey ports. The ring generated millions. DeMeo took a heavy cut and funneled the profits up to Nino Gaggi and eventually to Gambino boss Paul Castellano. But the operation was sloppy. Cars were reported stolen daily. Insurance companies and the FBI took notice. Undercover agents infiltrated parts of the crew. Informants started talking. The murders piled up at the same time. Missing persons reports linked back to the Gemini Lounge. Federal task forces formed specifically to target the DeMeo crew. Wiretaps and surveillance showed the scale of the violence. The Gambino family was suddenly under intense federal scrutiny because of one soldier's operation. Paul Castellano, the Howard Hughes of the mob, ran the Gambino family like a corporation. He hated street-level chaos and the kind of heat that brought RICO indictments. DeMeo's crew had become a liability. They were killing too often and too publicly. The stolen car ring was drawing attention straight to the family's upper echelons. Castellano feared that if DeMeo was arrested, he would flip and testify against the entire organization to save himself. In late 1982, Castellano gave the order, Roy DeMeo had to go. The hit was to be carried out by DeMeo's own crew to keep it internal and send a message. On January 10, 1983, DeMeo was lured to the garage of crew member Patty Testa at 432 East 89th Street in Brooklyn, under the pretense of a routine meeting. He arrived wearing a long leather overcoat with a sawed-off shotgun hidden underneath. He was still paranoid and armed. Nino Gaggi, Joseph Testa, and Anthony Center were waiting. As soon as DeMeo stepped inside the garage, the shooting started. Multiple shots slammed into his head, chest, and arms. One bullet tore through his hand in a defensive reflex as he tried to raise the shotgun. He collapsed on the concrete floor in a pool of his own blood. The killers stripped the body, wrapped it in plastic, and placed it in the trunk of DeMeo's own black Cadillac Coupe de Ville. They laid an ornate chandelier on top of the corpse as a final grotesque touch. The car was driven to the parking lot of the Varuna Boat Club in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, and left there. 10 days later, on January 20th, 1983, the Cadillac was towed because of complaints about the abandoned vehicle. When nipped detectives from the Organized Crime Control Bureau opened the trunk, they found DeMeo's partially frozen body. The winter cold had preserved it. He had been shot at least 6 times. The chandelier was still resting on his chest. He was 40 years old. No one was ever convicted of the murder, but law enforcement knew it was an internal Gambino hit ordered by Castellano himself. Roy DeMeo, the butcher-turned-mobster whose crew was responsible for up to 200 murders and who personally carried out many of them with the cold efficiency of the Gemini method, died exactly the way he had sent so many others to their graves, ambushed by men he trusted, shot down without warning, and left to be discovered like discarded meat. His last mistake was the same one that defined his entire career. He generated too much heat. The stolen car ring and the non-stop body count brought federal task forces directly to the Gambino family's door. Paul Castellano, who had profited from DeMeo's violence for years, decided the butcher had become a greater risk than an asset. Fearing DeMeo would cooperate under pressure, Castellano ordered his own soldier eliminated by his own crew. The man who had perfected making bodies disappear was reduced to a frozen corpse in the trunk of his own car with a chandelier for company. The DeMeo crew continued for a short time under new management, but the Gemini Lounge era was over. The federal heat only intensified. Castellano himself would be gunned down 2 years later. DeMeo's legacy was simple and brutal. He turned murder into an assembly line business and paid the ultimate price when that business threatened the bosses who had once protected him. In the end, the machine he helped build chewed him up and spit him out, just like every other body that had passed through the back room of the Gemini Lounge.
Number 15. Jimmy Hoffa.
On July 30th, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa drove to the Maucus Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, Michigan, for a scheduled meeting. He arrived in the parking lot around 2 in the afternoon and was never seen again. His body has never been found. No one has ever been charged with his murder. The disappearance remains one of the most famous unsolved cases connected to organized crime in American history. Hoffa was born in 1913. After his father died young, the family moved to Detroit. He left school at 14 and worked on loading docks. He became a union organizer in the early 1930s and quickly earned a reputation for toughness. He used both sharp negotiation and physical force to win contracts and eliminate rivals. By 1957, he had risen to president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. He led the union through a period of massive growth. More than 2 million members worked under contracts he helped negotiate. At the same time, Hoffa built strong relationships with leaders of the American Mafia. Families in New York, Chicago, Detroit, and New Jersey all maintained ties to the Teamsters. The most important connection was financial. The union's Central States Pension Fund made hundreds of millions of dollars in loans to mob-controlled businesses and Las Vegas casinos such as the Stardust and the Desert Inn. These loans often carried easy terms and minimal oversight. Investigators later described the fund as one of the most corrupt and abused pension funds in the country. Hoffa controlled who received the money. Hoffa's legal troubles caught up with him in the 1960s. Senate hearings exposed his ties to organized crime. In 1964, he was convicted of jury tampering, mail fraud, and conspiracy. He began serving a 13-year sentence in 1967. While he was in prison, Frank Fitzsimmons took over as acting president and maintained the mob relationships. The Mafia was satisfied with the arrangement. In December 1971, President Richard Nixon commuted Hoffa's sentence. Hoffa was released but agreed to stay out of union activities until 1980. He immediately challenged that restriction in court and began campaigning to regain the Teamsters' presidency. His return posed a serious threat to the mob's control over the pension fund and other union resources. There was also personal bad blood. Anthony Provenzano, a New Jersey Teamster official and Genovese crime family associate known as Tony Pro, had clashed with Hoffa during their time in prison. Hoffa had refused to help Provenzano with a request, and the grudge remained. On July 26, 1975, Hoffa met with Detroit mob captain Anthony Giacalone, known as Tony Jack, and his brother at the Southfield Athletic Club. They arranged a meeting for July 30 at the Maucus Red Fox restaurant with Provenzano to discuss Hoffa's planned comeback. Hoffa arrived at the restaurant on time. He waited in the parking lot at approximately 2:15 p.m. He used a payphone near the restaurant to call his wife Josephine. He told her the other men had not shown up and that he would be home by 4 o'clock to grill steaks for dinner. That was the last conversation she had with her husband. Witnesses later told investigators they saw Hoffa pacing the parking lot and checking his watch. One witness saw him speaking with 2 men near a maroon 1975 Mercury Marquise. A truck driver reported seeing Hoffa in the back seat of that car as it left the area around 2:45 p.m. Hoffa's own green Pontiac remained in the lot. There were no signs of struggle. The FBI opened a full investigation the next day. Agents quickly determined that Hoffa had been the victim of a mob hit. He had been lured to a public location under the pretense of a peaceful meeting, and then abducted. The motive was to prevent him from regaining power in the Teamsters and disrupting the mob's access to the pension fund. Anthony Giacalone and Anthony Provenzano both denied any knowledge of the meeting. The FBI believed higher-level organized crime figures, possibly including Russell Bufalino of the Bufalino crime family, had approved the action. No body was ever recovered. No forensic evidence was found at the restaurant or in Hoffa's car. In the years that followed, wiretaps and informants pointed to a professional operation. The body had been removed from the scene and destroyed to eliminate all traces. One theory that emerged later held that Hoffa was taken to a house in Bloomfield Hills where a mob soldier killed him. His remains were then put through an industrial meat grinder or sausage auger at a mob-connected facility and incinerated at a sanitation business that burned down months later. Other theories suggested the body was crushed in a scrapyard car compactor or dissolved in acid at an industrial site. None of these theories have been proven with physical evidence. A grand jury in Detroit heard testimony but issued no indictments for murder. The FBI's internal Hoffa's memo concluded that organized crime was responsible, yet prosecutors never had enough evidence for charges. Searches continued for decades. Tips led to excavations at landfills, remote fields, and properties across Michigan and New Jersey. In 2012, police dug under a shed in Roseville, Michigan. In 2013, a major excavation using heavy equipment took place at a horse farm in Oakland Township. Other leads sent teams to areas near the Pulaski Skyway in New Jersey. Every search ended without remains or new forensic evidence. Hoffa was declared legally dead in 1982. His wife Josephine died in 1980 without ever learning what happened to him. His son James P. Hoffa later became president of the Teamsters. The key figures suspected in the disappearance either died without facing charges related to Hoffa or continued their lives without consequence. Anthony Giacalone died in 1982. Anthony Provenzano died in prison in 1988 on unrelated charges. More than 50 years later, the case remains unsolved. The FBI has stated that it continues to follow credible leads, but no charges have been filed and no body has been located. The complete absence of physical evidence after 5 decades demonstrates the thoroughness of the operation. A nationally prominent labor leader was removed from a busy suburban parking lot in broad daylight. All traces disappeared. Witnesses either knew nothing or stayed silent under the mob's code of silence. Jimmy Hoffa was erased without a trace. The hit was carried out with professional precision and has never been officially solved. No one has ever been held accountable in a court of law for his disappearance. That is the documented record of what happened on July 30th, 1975.
Number 16. Arnold Rothstein.
On November 4th, 1928, Arnold Rothstein, known as the Brain and the Big Bankroll, went to the Park Central Hotel in Manhattan for what was supposed to be a business meeting. He was shot once in the abdomen with a .38 caliber revolver. The bullet lodged deep in his body. He staggered through the hotel hallways, collapsed near a service entrance, and was rushed to the hospital. 2 days later, he was dead. He never named his shooter. The case was never solved, and remains one of the most enduring unsolved hits in the early history of American organized crime. Rothstein was born in 1882 into a respectable Jewish family on New York's East Side. He left school young and entered the world of gambling and street-level crime. He quickly proved himself a mathematical genius at the card table and the racetrack. By his 20s, he was already a major bookmaker and loan shark. He operated with a quiet, business-like manner that set him apart from the rough street gangs of the era. He dressed well, spoke softly, and cultivated relationships with politicians, police, and businessmen. He became the ultimate fixer who could make problems disappear for a price. When Prohibition began in 1920, Rothstein saw opportunity on a massive scale. He became one of the largest bootleggers in the country, importing and distributing illegal alcohol. He provided the capital, the political protection, and the organizational structure that allowed others to operate. He bankrolled young, ambitious criminals, including Charles Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and others who would later dominate the underworld. Rothstein treated crime like a corporation. He invested in speakeasies, gambling houses, and narcotics. He used his connections to fix arrests and secure licenses. He understood that real power came from controlling money and information rather than just using violence. Rothstein's most famous criminal act came in 1919. He was widely believed to have masterminded the fix of the World Series between the Chicago White Sox and the Cincinnati Reds. 8 White Sox players accepted money to throw games. Rothstein bet heavily against the Sox and made a fortune. He was called before a grand jury, but never convicted. He insisted that lower-level gamblers had used his name without his direct involvement, though most historians and investigators concluded he was the central figure who supplied the money and the plan. The scandal shocked the nation and led to major reforms in baseball, but Rothstein walked away untouched and richer. By the mid-1920s, Rothstein was at the height of his power. He was the man the underworld turned to for financing and problem-solving. He lent money to bootleggers, gamblers, and racketeers across the East Coast. He had politicians and judges in his pocket. His word could open doors or close them. He lived in a world of high-stakes gambling, Broadway shows, and luxury hotels while maintaining a low public profile compared to the flashier gangsters who came after him. In October 1928, Rothstein played in a high-stakes poker game that lasted several days. He lost approximately $320,000. He refused to pay, claiming the game had been rigged against him by the other players. Among those involved was George McManus, known as Hump McManus, a gambler and associate. The debt created serious tension. Rothstein's refusal to settle was seen as a serious breach in the gambling world where debts were supposed to be honored or deadly consequences followed. On the evening of November 4, Rothstein received a telephone call at Lindy's restaurant on Broadway. He left the table, handed his own pistol to an associate for safekeeping, and headed to the Park Central Hotel. He went to room 349. What happened inside that room has never been fully established. A single gunshot rang out. Rothstein emerged wounded and bleeding heavily. Hotel staff found him collapsed near the 56th Street service entrance. The bullet had entered his abdomen and taken a downward path, causing severe internal damage and bleeding. At the Polyclinic Hospital, surgeons operated but could not remove the bullet. Rothstein lingered in great pain for 2 days. Police and prosecutors repeatedly asked him who had shot him. He refused to answer. According to accounts, he either stayed silent or gave evasive replies that protected the code of the underworld. He died on November 6, 1928, without ever identifying his killer. The investigation focused quickly on the poker game and the unpaid debt. George McManus was arrested and charged with murder. He was tried in 1929, but acquitted when the prosecution could not produce enough evidence to convict. No other suspects were ever brought to trial. The .38 revolver used in the shooting was found on the street below the hotel, but it yielded no useful fingerprints or other evidence that led to an arrest. Witnesses were either uncooperative or had little to offer. The victim himself had chosen silence. Rothstein's death marked the end of an era. He had operated as a gentleman gangster who preferred influence and money over open violence. After his murder, the younger generation he had mentored moved quickly to consolidate power. Luciano, Lansky, and others began building the structured national crime syndicate that would dominate organized crime for decades. Rothstein had shown them how to run crime as a business. His death removed the old guard and accelerated the transition to a more violent and corporate model. The case has never been officially closed in any meaningful way. No one was ever convicted of killing Arnold Rothstein. The man who had fixed the World Series bankrolled bootleggers and mentored the future leaders of the American Mafia was himself eliminated over a gambling debt and took the identity of his killer to the grave. The professional nature of the hit, the lack of cooperation from the victim, and the code of silence that protected everyone involved ensured that justice was never served. Arnold Rothstein transformed organized crime from scattered street rackets into a coordinated enterprise. He was shot down in a New York hotel room in 1928. His killer was never identified. His case was never solved. That is the documented record of the unsolved hit on the brain.
Number 17. Joey Gallo.
On April 7, 1972, Joseph Gallo, known as Crazy Joe, celebrated his 43rd birthday at Umberto's Clam House in Little Italy. He had spent the earlier part of the night at the Copacabana with celebrities and friends. Around 4:30 in the morning, he sat down for a late seafood dinner with his wife, sister, stepdaughter, and bodyguard. Gunmen entered the restaurant and opened fire. Gallo was hit multiple times in the back, elbow, and buttock. He tried to return fire, overturned a table to shield his family, and staggered out into the street before collapsing. He was pronounced dead at the hospital less than an hour later. No one was ever charged with his murder. The case remains officially unsolved. Gallo was born in 1929 in Brooklyn. He and his brothers Larry and Albert formed a crew within the Profassi crime family, which later became the Colombo family. Gallo was flamboyant, unpredictable, and known for his sharp mind and violent temper. He read philosophy and literature and cultivated an image as an intellectual gangster. Early on, he worked as an enforcer. In 1957, his crew was reportedly used by boss Joe Profacci in the murder of Albert Anastasia, the boss of what became the Gambino family. The hit took place in a Manhattan barbershop and helped solidify Profacci's power. By the early 1960s, Gallo and his brothers grew dissatisfied with their share of profits under Profacci. In February 1961, they took drastic action. They kidnapped 4 high-ranking Profassi members, including underboss Joseph Magliacco and Profassi's own brother Frank. They held the men hostage and demanded a larger cut of the family's rackets. This act ignited the First Colombo War, one of the bloodiest internal conflicts in New York Mafia history. Shootings erupted across Brooklyn and beyond. Profassi struck back by ordering the murders of several Gallo crew members. One of the most notorious was the disappearance of Joe Jelly Gioielli, whose body was never recovered. Other crew members were gunned down in the streets. The war turned once allied gangsters into bitter enemies and left a trail of bodies that shocked even hardened underworld figures. Raymond Patriarca, the boss of the New England family, eventually brokered a fragile peace. Gallo was not satisfied with the terms, especially while he sat in prison. In 1961, he was convicted of conspiracy and extortion and sentenced to 7 to 14 years. He served nearly a decade. During his time behind bars, Gallo read extensively, wrote poetry, and painted. He emerged in 1971 as a changed but still defiant figure. He had survived multiple attempts on his life while incarcerated and carried the scars of the war he had started. After his release on April 11, 1971, Gallo tried to reassert himself in the Colombo family, now led by Joseph Colombo. A peace offering of $1,000 was made. Gallo demanded $100,000. The offer was rejected. Tensions rose further when Colombo was shot at an Italian-American Civil Rights League rally in June 1971. An African-American gunman named Jerome Johnson fired the shots and was immediately killed by bodyguards. Colombo survived but remained paralyzed until his death in 1978. Many in the family blamed Gallo for the attack. Police investigations concluded that Johnson had acted alone. Gallo denied any involvement. He continued to push for more territory and influence. He made alliances outside the family and was rumored to be considering writing a book that would expose mafia operations. His unpredictable behavior and past rebellion made him a constant threat to the leadership. On the night of his birthday in 1972, he was a marked man. The group arrived at Umberto's Clam House on Mulberry Street after the Copacabana show. They took tables near the back. Gallo and his bodyguard sat facing the wall. Between courses, gunmen entered the dining room. Accounts differ on whether there was one shooter or several. Multiple shots rang out from .32 and .38 caliber revolvers. Approximately 20 rounds were fired. Gallo was struck in the back, left elbow, and buttock. He swore, attempted to draw his own gun, and overturned a heavy butcher block table in an effort to protect his family. His bodyguard, Peter Diapolis, was hit in the hip. Gallo staggered through the restaurant and out the front door into the street, still trying to draw fire away from his loved ones. He collapsed on the pavement. Police rushed him to Beekman Downtown Hospital, where he was pronounced dead around 5:30 in the morning. The shooting took place in the heart of Little Italy in front of witnesses. The restaurant was owned by a known mob associate, despite the public nature of the hit and the presence of multiple people at the scene. No one provided information that led to an arrest. Police recovered shell casings and a .32 caliber pistol belonging to the bodyguard outside the restaurant. Diapolis was later charged with illegal weapons possession, but that had nothing to do with solving the murder. Investigators believe the hit was carried out by members or associates of the Colombo family, possibly on orders from Carmine Persico or other leaders who saw Gallo as a continuing danger after years of defiance. Some later accounts from mob figures who turned informant described multiple gunmen walking in calmly and firing. Other reconstructions pointed to a single shooter. Conflicting stories, lack of cooperating witnesses, and the code of silence prevented any solid case from being built. No one was ever indicted for the murder of Joey Gallo. The assassination capped years of violence that Gallo himself had helped unleash. The war he started in 1961 had already cost many lives on both sides. His release from prison only reignited old grudges. His flamboyant style and defiance made him a high-profile target. The hit at Umberto's during a birthday celebration sent a clear message within the underworld. Even a man with celebrity connections and a public image could be eliminated in the middle of the night in one of the most famous Italian neighborhoods in America. Gallo's death did not end the power struggles inside the Colombo family. The conflicts continued for years. His killer or killers operated with the protection of omerta and the absence of any witness willing to break it. The case has stayed cold for more than 50 years. Multiple theories have circulated about who pulled the trigger and who gave the order. None have resulted in charges or convictions. Joey Gallo was a captain who challenged his bosses, sparked one of the bloodiest internal mob wars in New York history, survived prison, and tried to reclaim power after his release. He was gunned down on his birthday in a Little Italy restaurant while surrounded by family. No one has ever been officially charged with his murder. The hit remains unsolved. That is the documented record of what happened to Crazy Joe Gallo on April 7, 1972.
Number 18. Sam Giancana.
On June 19, 1975, Sam Giancana, the former boss of the Chicago outfit, was in the basement kitchen of his home in Oak Park, Illinois. He was frying sausage and peppers, possibly preparing a late meal for a visitor. Someone he knew well came down the stairs. As Giancana stood at the stove with his back turned, the visitor fired a .22 caliber pistol equipped with a silencer. The first shot struck the back of his head. Giancana fell. The shooter then fired additional rounds into his face, neck, and jaw at close range. In total, he was shot 7 times. The killer left no signs of forced entry and took the shell casings. Giancana was found dead the next morning. He had been scheduled to testify before a Senate committee in just a few days. No one was ever charged with his murder. The case remains unsolved. Giancana was born in 1908 in Chicago to Italian immigrant parents. He grew up in the tough streets of the near West Side and entered the world of organized crime as a teenager. He started as a wheelman and enforcer for the Chicago outfit during the Prohibition era. By the 1940s and 1950s, he had risen through the ranks, becoming a key figure in gambling, labor racketeering, and political corruption. In 1957, after Tony Accardo stepped back from day-to-day leadership, Giancana took over as boss of the outfit. He ran one of the most powerful criminal organizations in America, with iron discipline and businesslike efficiency. Under his leadership, the outfit controlled major gambling operations, labor unions, and extortion rackets across the Midwest, and maintained strong alliances with other families nationwide. Giancana expanded the outfit's reach far beyond Chicago. He controlled hidden interests in Las Vegas casinos and used his influence to protect and expand mob operations. He cultivated high-profile connections in entertainment and politics. One of his closest associates was singer Frank Sinatra. Giancana helped advance Sinatra's career and socialized with him and members of the Rat Pack. Their relationship gave Giancana access to Hollywood circles and political influence during the early 1960s. He was also linked to the Kennedy family through these channels. These connections made him one of the most visible and influential mob bosses of his era. In the early 1960s, Giancana became involved in one of the most secret and dangerous operations in American history. The Central Intelligence Agency recruited him and other Mafia figures, including Johnny Roselli, to assassinate Cuban leader Fidel Castro. The plots included attempts to poison Castro's food and cigars, use of explosives, and sniper attacks. Giancana provided key contacts inside Cuba and helped organize several attempts before and after the Bay of Pigs invasion. The operations ultimately failed, but Giancana's direct participation created a hidden alliance between the U.S. government and organized crime that remained secret for more than a decade. These activities would later become the focus of major congressional investigations. Giancana's power eventually brought serious legal trouble. Federal authorities targeted him with investigations into gambling and labor racketeering. He was imprisoned in the mid-1960s on contempt charges and other violations. While he was incarcerated, leadership of the outfit shifted to other figures. After his release, he lived a somewhat lower-profile existence, but remained an influential voice behind the scenes. By the mid-1970s, federal investigators were actively examining the old CIA Mafia assassination plots against Castro. Giancana was subpoenaed to appear before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, known as the Church Committee. The committee was investigating CIA involvement in plots to kill foreign leaders. Giancana was expected to provide first-hand details about the mob's role in the Castro operations. His testimony was scheduled for late June 1975. On the evening of June 19, Giancana was in his Oak Park home. He went down to the basement, which had its own private entrance and functioned almost like a separate apartment. He began cooking sausage and peppers on the stove. The visitor arrived and was led inside without any sign of struggle or forced entry. Giancana was shot from behind while standing at the stove. The use of a silenced .22 caliber pistol and the pattern of shots first to the back of the head, then multiple close-range rounds to the face, neck, and jaw indicated a professional execution carried out by someone familiar with both the location and Giancana himself. There were no signs of a struggle. The killer collected the shell casings and left the scene. The discovery of the body triggered an intense investigation by Chicago police and federal agents. The murder weapon, a .22 caliber pistol with a homemade silencer, was later recovered from a nearby forest preserve. The gun had been purchased in South Florida. Despite the high-profile victim and the obvious professional nature of the hit, investigators could not develop enough evidence to charge anyone. Theories centered on the Chicago outfit itself. Many believed higher leadership, possibly including Tony Accardo, ordered the hit to prevent Giancana from testifying and exposing sensitive information about outfit operations or the old CIA plots. Other names, including Anthony Spilotro, appeared in rumors over the years, but nothing was ever proven in court. Some speculated about CIA involvement to protect agency secrets, though no concrete evidence supported that theory. The code of silence and the power of the organization protected those responsible. Potential witnesses either had no useful information or chose not to cooperate. Giancana had been a top boss who knew damaging details about many powerful people and operations. His impending testimony threatened to bring those secrets into public view. The timing of the murder, the night before he was to be taken to Washington, made the motive clear to law enforcement, but proving who gave the order and who carried it out proved impossible. Giancana's death removed a dangerous witness and sent a stark message inside the underworld, a man who had run the Chicago outfit for nearly a decade, who had worked directly with the CIA on assassination plots, and who had socialized with major entertainment figures was executed in the basement of his own home by someone he apparently trusted. The professional execution-style shooting and the complete absence of forensic leads or cooperating witnesses ensured that no one would ever face charges. More than 50 years later, the murder of Sam Giancana remains officially unsolved. The Senate testimony he was scheduled to give never took place. The full extent of the CIA Mafia collaboration and any other secrets he carried died with him in that basement kitchen. The Chicago outfit protected its interests, and the justice system never obtained the evidence needed to bring anyone to trial. A top mob boss was silenced in his home on the eve of exposing government secrets, and the hit has never been solved.
Number 19, Johnny Roselli.
On July 28, 1976, Johnny Roselli disappeared while staying in the Miami area of South Florida. 10 days later, fishermen discovered a 55-gallon steel oil drum floating in Dumbfoundling Bay near Miami. Inside was Roselli's decomposing body. His legs had been sawed off at the thighs, so the torso could be bent and stuffed into the drum. Chains and weights had been wrapped around the barrel in an attempt to sink it, but the drum had floated to the surface. Roselli had been shot and asphyxiated, with a cloth reportedly taped over his mouth, before being dismembered. He had testified before a Senate committee investigating CIA plots to assassinate Fidel Castro, and was expected to appear again. No one was ever charged with his murder. The case remains unsolved. Roselli was born Filippo Sacco in 1905 in Italy and came to the United States as a child. He grew up in Chicago and joined the Chicago outfit at a young age. He worked as an enforcer and later became a skilled fixer. In the 1930s and 1940s, he operated in Hollywood, handling labor racketeering in the film industry and building relationships with studio heads and celebrities. He was known for his smooth manner and ability to get things done without unnecessary violence. In the 1950s, he moved into Las Vegas, overseeing hidden mob interests in several casinos and managing gambling operations. Roselli maintained strong ties to the Chicago outfit while working on the West Coast and in Nevada, serving as a bridge between different factions of organized crime. In the early 1960s, Roselli became directly involved in one of the most secret government operations of the Cold War. The Central Intelligence Agency recruited him, along with Sam Giancana and other Mafia figures, to carry out plots to assassinate Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Roselli acted as a key coordinator. He helped recruit Cuban exiles, arranged meetings, and oversaw attempts that included poisoning Castro's food and cigars, as well as plans involving explosives and sniper fire. These operations were part of a larger CIA effort that continued for years, but never succeeded. Roselli's participation created a direct and dangerous link between the U.S. intelligence community and organized crime that remained hidden from the public for more than a decade. By the mid-1970s, those secret activities had become the focus of congressional investigation. Roselli was subpoenaed to appear before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, known as the Church Committee. He appeared in closed sessions and provided detailed accounts of how the mob had been brought into the Castro plots, what methods were discussed, and who had been involved. His testimony was significant because he had been an active participant rather than a peripheral figure. The committee planned to recall him for additional questioning in 1976. Roselli had already revealed more than many in the underworld considered safe, especially regarding both the CIA operations and mob activities in Las Vegas. In late July 1976, Roselli was in South Florida. He had been keeping a low profile after his earlier testimony. On July 28, he disappeared without leaving any clear indication of where he was going or who he was meeting. There were no immediate signs of violence at the places he had been staying. 10 days later, on August 7th, fishermen spotted the oil drum in Dumbfoundling Bay. When authorities recovered and opened it, they found Roselli's body inside. He had been shot and asphyxiated. A cloth had reportedly been taped tightly over his mouth. His legs were then sawed off so the body could be folded and forced into the 55-gallon drum. Chains were wrapped around the barrel to weigh it down and keep it submerged. The drum had eventually floated free and risen to the surface, leading to the discovery. The investigation into Roselli's murder focused heavily on organized crime. Federal agents and local police examined his recent testimony and his long history with the Chicago outfit. Many investigators and later sources believed the hit was ordered by mob leaders who saw his cooperation with the Senate committee as a serious breach. Some accounts indicated that Cosa Nostra figures decided Roselli had to be eliminated because he had provided too much information without proper authorization, particularly about mob gambling interests in Las Vegas and the details of the CIA plots. Other theories pointed to specific individuals within the Chicago outfit or disputes over money and territory. Despite these leads and the obvious professional nature of the killing and disposal, no charges were ever filed against anyone. The case presented significant obstacles. There were no eyewitnesses to the abduction or the murder itself. The condition of the body after 10 days in the water limited forensic evidence. The method of stuffing the dismembered remains into an oil drum, and attempting to sink it was a recognized underworld technique designed both to delay discovery and to make identification more difficult. Roselli had been a longtime insider who possessed sensitive knowledge about criminal operations and government secrets. His death removed a witness who could have provided further damaging testimony. The code of silence within organized crime and the fear of retaliation kept anyone with information from coming forward. Roselli's murder fit into a troubling pattern. Like Sam Giancana the previous year, he was eliminated around the time he was facing or had just completed testimony about the CIA Mafia collaboration. The gruesome disposal of his body in a floating oil drum sent a clear message about the consequences of talking to authorities. No one has ever been charged. The professional execution, the careful dismemberment, and the powerful interests that stood to benefit from his silence combined to protect those responsible. More than 50 years later, Johnny Roselli's murder remains officially unsolved. The additional testimony he was scheduled to give never took place. The full story of who ordered his death and who carried out the hit has never been established in court. A man who had operated at the highest levels of organized crime and who had worked directly with the CIA on assassination plots was betrayed, killed, dismembered, and dumped in an oil drum off the Florida coast. His killers were never identified. The hit was never solved.
Number 20. Willie Moretti.
On October 4th, 1951, Willie Moretti, a powerful New Jersey mob boss and underboss in the Genovese crime family, arrived at Joe's Elbow Room restaurant in Cliffside Park for what appeared to be a casual lunch. He was meeting with several associates. The men joked together in Italian while the waitress took their orders. She was asked to step into the kitchen for a moment. Minutes later, gunshots rang out. Moretti was shot multiple times in the head and face. He died on the restaurant floor. The gunmen fled. The killing took place in broad daylight in a public diner during what looked like a friendly gathering. No one was ever convicted. The case remains unsolved. Moretti was born Guarino Moretti around 1894 in Italy and immigrated to the United States as a young man. He settled in New Jersey and rose quickly through the ranks of what would become the Genovese crime family. By the 1930s and 1940s, he was one of the most powerful mob figures in the state. He controlled major gambling operations, labor racketeering, and political influence across Bergen County and surrounding areas. Moretti operated with a mix of personal charm, calculated intimidation, and strong political connections that allowed him to dominate organized crime in northern New Jersey. He was known as a dominant force who could protect the organization's interests while maintaining relationships with both politicians and fellow gangsters. One of Moretti's most notable connections was to the world of entertainment. He developed a close relationship with the Sinatra family in Hoboken. When a young Frank Sinatra was struggling to escape a restrictive contract with bandleader Tommy Dorsey in the early 1940s, Moretti and his associates stepped in. According to long reported accounts, they confronted Dorsey and used direct threats. including placing a gun in his mouth to force him to release Sinatra from the deal. This intervention helped launch Sinatra's solo career and turned him into one of the biggest stars in American music and film. Moretti remained a friend and supporter of Sinatra for years afterward, providing the kind of behind-the-scenes muscle and influence that could open doors in both legitimate entertainment circles and the underworld. By the early 1950s, Moretti's behavior had changed in ways that deeply concerned other mob leaders. He was showing clear signs of mental decline, possibly caused by advanced syphilis or other health issues. He began talking more openly than was safe within organized crime. In 1951, he was subpoenaed to testify before the Kefauver Committee, a major Senate investigation into organized crime across the United States. During his appearance, Moretti was rambling and at times indiscreet. He answered some questions directly and made comments about mob activities that alarmed other leaders. His loose talk was viewed as a serious and growing liability. The Mafia Commission and powerful figures such as Vito Genovese began to see him as a risk who could no longer be trusted to keep the organization's secrets. On the morning of October 4, 1951, Moretti drove to Joe's Elbow Room in Cliffside Park for lunch with 4 other men. The restaurant was nearly empty at that hour. The group chatted casually in Italian. At one point, the waitress was asked to go into the kitchen. Shortly after 11:28 a.m., several shots were fired. Moretti was hit multiple times in the head and face. He collapsed onto the floor and died at the scene. The gunmen escaped before police arrived. The waitress later identified one of the men who had brought Moretti to the restaurant as John Robolato, a capo in the Anastasia crime family. Despite this identification and other investigative leads, no arrests resulted in a conviction. The killing was widely believed by law enforcement and within the underworld to have been a sanctioned mercy hit ordered by the Mafia Commission. Moretti's mental deterioration and his testimony before the Kefauver Committee had made him a clear danger to the entire organization, rather than risk further damaging revelations from someone who was no longer in full control of his faculties. Leaders decided he had to be eliminated. The execution was carried out in a public diner during what looked like a normal lunch meeting. This approach was consistent with how the mob handled internal problems when they wanted to send a message that even longtime bosses were not immune if they became liabilities. The investigation into Moretti's murder produced almost no usable results. Police questioned the waitress and other witnesses, but the code of silence within organized crime held firm. Potential informants either had no useful information or were too afraid to cooperate. The case went cold quickly. Over the following years, insider accounts emerged about the killing. Joe Valacchi, the famous mob turncoat, later described conversations in which Vito Genovese referred to the hit as a mercy killing because Moretti was sick and no longer reliable. Despite these descriptions from people close to the events, no one was ever brought to trial or convicted of the murder. Moretti's death illustrated the ruthless internal discipline of organized crime at its highest levels. A powerful New Jersey boss who had controlled major rackets and played a behind-the-scenes role in launching Frank Sinatra's career was executed by his own people because his declining mental state made him a threat to the organization's security. The hit took place in a public diner during what appeared to be a friendly lunch with men he apparently trusted. The professional nature of the shooting and the complete lack of cooperating witnesses ensured that justice was never served. It also sent a clear warning to others in the mob that mental or physical decline would not be tolerated if it endangered the organization. More than 70 years later, the murder of Willie Moretti remains officially unsolved. The man who had been a dominant force in New Jersey organized crime and who had helped shape one of the biggest entertainment careers of the 20th century was gunned down in a diner in broad daylight. No one has ever been convicted. The hit was never solved.
Number 21. Abe Reles.
On November 12, 1941, Abe Reles, known as Kid Twist, was under heavy police protection in room 623 on the 6th floor of the Half Moon Hotel in Coney Island, Brooklyn. He was a star government witness who had confessed to involvement in numerous murders as a hitman for Murder, Inc. He was scheduled to testify that day against some of the most powerful mob bosses in America, including Albert Anastasia. Sometime between 3 and 6:30 in the morning, Reles fell from the window and plummeted to his death. Official accounts claimed he had tried to escape using bedsheets tied as a rope and had slipped, or the makeshift rope had broken. 6 police officers were guarding him around the clock. Nobody believed the suicide or escape story. Nobody was ever charged with his murder. On the streets, he became known as the canary who could sing but couldn't fly. Reles was born in 1906 in Brooklyn to Austrian Jewish immigrant parents. He grew up in the rough neighborhoods of East New York and Brownsville and entered a life of crime at a young age. By his late teens and early 20s, he had become a feared enforcer and hitman. He joined the loosely organized group of killers that would later be known as Murder, Inc., the enforcement arm of the National Crime Syndicate. Reles and his partners carried out contract killings across the country on orders from mob leaders. He personally admitted to participating in at least 11 murders and provided information that helped authorities link the organization to dozens more unsolved killings. His methods were brutal and efficient, and he earned a reputation as one of the most reliable and dangerous killers in the group. In 1940, Reles was arrested on murder charges. Facing a possible death sentence, he decided to cooperate with authorities. He began talking to Brooklyn District Attorney William O'Dwyer and provided detailed confessions about Murder, Inc. operations. Reles described how the organization functioned as a national murder-for-hire service, taking contracts from mob bosses across the country and carrying them out with professional detachment. He named names, gave dates and locations, and helped prosecutors build cases against several high-ranking figures. His testimony was instrumental in convicting Louis Lepke Buchalter and other key members of the syndicate. He was also prepared to testify against Albert Anastasia, the powerful boss of what would become the Gambino crime family. In connection with specific murders, including that of union organizer Pete Panto. Because of the danger he faced from the mob, Reles was placed in protective custody. Authorities moved him to the Half Moon Hotel in Coney Island, a location chosen for its relative isolation. He was guarded around the clock by teams of police detectives. Reports indicated that as many as 6 officers were on duty at any given time, with additional personnel rotating through shifts. The goal was to keep him alive long enough to deliver his testimony in court. Reles was considered one of the most valuable witnesses the government had ever turned from the underworld. His upcoming testimony against Anastasia was expected to be particularly damaging because Anastasia was a high-ranking Cosa Nostra member rather than a lower-level operator. In the early morning hours of November 12, 1941, Reles was alone in his 6th-floor room with police officers stationed outside the door. Sometime between 3 and 6:30 a.m., he went out the window. His body was found on the ground below. Investigators found bed sheets tied together in a makeshift rope extending from the window. The official conclusion was that Reles had attempted to lower himself to the floor below or to escape, and had either slipped or the rope had failed under his weight. He was scheduled to testify against Anastasia later that same day. The timing and the circumstances immediately raised suspicions. The idea that a heavily guarded star witness would try to escape on the morning of his most important testimony was considered highly implausible by almost everyone familiar with the case. The investigation into Reles's death produced no charges. A grand jury later reviewed the evidence and accepted the official explanation that he had died while attempting to escape. However, the ruling did little to quiet public skepticism or the talk on the streets. The nickname "the Canary Who Could Sing But Couldn't Fly" quickly spread through the underworld and the press. It referred to his decision to become an informant, or sing, and the fact that he had fallen to his death from a protected room. Many believed that mob figures had found a way to reach him despite the police presence, possibly through corrupt officers or by other means. The hit, if that is what it was, removed a devastating witness at the exact moment he was about to deliver testimony that could have brought down some of the most powerful men in organized crime. Reles' death had immediate consequences. Without his testimony, several major prosecutions were weakened or abandoned. Albert Anastasia avoided conviction on the charges Reles was prepared to support. The loss of such a key witness demonstrated that even the most heavily protected informants were not safe if the mob decided they had to be silenced. The case also highlighted questions about the integrity of the police protection detail and whether outside influence had played a role in allowing access to Reles. It showed that the reach of organized crime could extend even into rooms guarded by law enforcement officers. More than 80 years later, the death of Abe Reles remains officially unsolved in the eyes of the public and many investigators. While the official record lists it as an accidental fall during an escape attempt, the circumstances, the timing, and the enormous stakes involved have led generations to believe it was a mob assassination carried out while he was under supposed 24-hour guard. No one was ever charged. The star witness who had sung loudly enough to threaten the top levels of organized crime fell from a hotel window and never got the chance to finish his testimony. The hit was never solved.
Number 22. Carmine Persico.
In the world of the New York Mafia, ego has ended more reigns than any rival bullet. Some bosses think they're untouchable. Smarter than the feds and the lawyers combined, Carmine Persico was exactly that kind of boss. The Snake. Longtime head of the Colombo crime family, he ignored every warning and represented himself in a massive federal RICO trial. He believed his street smarts and past cases made him the smartest man in the courtroom. The jury disagreed. Hard, Persico talked himself into a combined 139-year sentence. He died in prison in 2019. This is the story of how one man's ego signed his own death warrant. Carmine John Persico Jr. was born in Brooklyn in 1933. He grew up tough in Red Hook and Carroll Gardens. By 17, he was already arrested for murder after a brutal park beating that left Steve Bove dead. He beat the case on self-defense, but the wise guys saw potential in the kid with ice in his veins. He dropped out of school and joined the Profassi family, soon to become the Colombos. Started with bookmaking and loan sharking, then moved into hijackings, burglaries, and murder contracts. By the late 50s, he was making his bones the old way. In 1957, Persico took part in the barbershop execution of Albert Anastasia. The boss of one of the 5 families was sitting in his chair at the Park Sheraton Hotel, getting a shave when gunmen burst in, shoved the barber aside, and opened fire. Anastasia lunged for his piece, but it was too late. Bullets tore through him. Persico was on the hit team. Respect earned in blood. Then came the First Colombo War. Persico sided with the Gallo brothers at first, but on August 20th, 1961, he betrayed them in cold blood. He lured Larry Gallo to the Sahara Club and tried to garrote him with a rope right there in the back. They were choking the life out of him when cops burst in and saved the day. The case collapsed when Gallo refused to testify. That double cross earned Persico the nickname the Snake for good. The war left 9 dead and 3 men gone forever. Persico survived his own assassination attempts, including a brutal ambush where bullets hit his face, hand, and shoulder. He spat 1 slug out and kept going. That kind of toughness fed his growing ego. After the war, he climbed fast. Capo, then full boss by 1973, after he put the contract on his old ally, Joey Gallo. On Gallo's birthday, Persico's button men walked into Umberto's clam house in Little Italy and blasted him while he celebrated with family. Gallo was hit multiple times and died in the chaos. The power vacuum was filled by Persico. He took the throne. He ruled the Colombo family with violence and cunning for decades. The Concrete Club was his golden goose. His men controlled the concrete pours for major New York construction projects. Every yard meant kickbacks. Unions were bought and paid for with no show jobs and extortion. Millions flowed up the chain. Loan sharking with broken bones for late payments. Illegal gambling and hijackings rounded out the rackets. Persico approved or ordered more than 20 murders either directly or through his capos and soldiers. Even when locked up, he stayed in charge, naming acting bosses and pulling strings from behind bars. Omert was the code. But his ego was the real boss. The feds came hard in the 80s with RICO cases. Persico went fugitive after a big indictment, made the FBI 10 most wanted list, got pinched in 85 at a relative's house after the husband flipped for 50 grand. When agents grabbed him, he even autographed a wanted poster like it was nothing. Cool under pressure, or so he thought. The trial sealed it. In the Colombo trial, he was convicted of racketeering as the family boss and sentenced to 39 years in 1986. But his ego was just warming up. The commission trial was the one that broke him. The feds indicting the bosses of all 5 families in one room. Persico's co-defendants had top lawyers and begged him to do the same. The judge warned him straight. Represent yourself, and you waive any appeal on incompetent counsel. Persico thought he knew better. He had done hard time before, beaten cases. He was convinced he was the smartest man in that courtroom. Smarter than the prosecutors. Smarter than the judge. His ego told him he could charm the jury with street wit and sarcasm. Walk out a free man. He waived counsel and went pro se. In court, he played the friendly wise guy, smiled at jurors, cracked wise, dismissed the whole case as gossip and rumors. He cross-examined government witnesses with pointed sarcasm. One key rat was Fred DeChristopher, tied to the family by marriage. This guy had taken $50,000 from the feds, abandoned his wife, bought a new house with the blood money. Persico grilled him hard, trying to show the jury he was a greedy traitor. He used every trick in the book. But the evidence was overwhelming. Hidden recordings, turncoats, decades of FBI surveillance. Persico even damaged his own defense with some admissions during questioning. It was a self-made disaster. On November 19, 1986, the jury convicted him on every single count: racketeering, extortion, running a violent criminal enterprise, the works. Sentencing came January 13, 1987. The judge didn't pull punches. 100 years consecutive to the 39-year sentence, plus a $240,000 fine. No parole possible. 139 years total. For a man in his mid-50s, it was a death sentence in slow motion. The judge noted Persico was part of the upper echelon that lives and succeeds on murder and violence. His ego had done what no rival family could. It locked him away for good. He did 32 years in federal prison. First at USP, Marion, then Butner in North Carolina. Never cooperated, never broke. But from his cell, he kept trying to run the Colombo family like a boss in exile. He set up acting bosses, planned succession for his son Little Alley Boy, ordered revenge hits when he felt disrespected. In 1987, he greenlit a hit on lawyer William Ehrenwald for alleged disrespect. The Button men botched the job and killed the lawyer's father George instead. Then they murdered the hit team to cover it up. Brutal and pointless, all driven by pride. His need for total control from inside sparked the Third Colombo War in the early 90s. Acting boss Victor Arena challenged the old order. Murders flew on both sides. Dozens of indictments and turncoats followed. The family Persico had ruled for so long began tearing itself apart, all because he couldn't let go even from a prison cell. On March 7, 2019, Carmine Persico died in a prison hospital at 85. Diabetes complications after 32 years served. More than 100 years still on the books. He left behind a wife, 2 children, and 15 grandchildren. But he didn't die free. He didn't die on the streets he once ruled with an iron fist. He died exactly where his own arrogance had put him, in a federal cell far from Brooklyn. Carmine Persico thought he was untouchable, the smartest guy in any room. The snake slithered right into his own trap. His ego didn't just cost him his freedom, it cost him the rest of his life behind bars and left the Colombo family in ruins. That's the price when pride runs the show in the mob. One boss down in our countdown of those whose ego wrote the ending.
Number 23, Tommy Lucchese.
Tommy Lucchese took power in a different way than most bosses. He did not need to scream or shoot his way to the top every day. He used political connections like armor, and when that armor made him feel untouchable, he stopped hiding. He operated in the open. That arrogance gave federal investigators the opening they needed to start tearing down everything he built. Gaetano Lucchese was born in Palermo, Sicily in 1899. He arrived in America as a boy and landed in East Harlem. As a teenager, he worked in a machine shop until an industrial accident ripped off his right thumb and forefinger. Cops later gave him the nickname Three Finger Brown after a baseball pitcher with the same handicap. He hated it, but the name stuck for life. By his early 20s, he was already running with the 107th Street Gang, stealing wallets and breaking into stores under the protection of Tommy Riina. He even started a window washing company and smashed the windows of businesses that refused to hire him. That was how he made his bones in the early days. The Castellammari's War turned him into a major player. In 1931, he was aligned with Salvatore Maranzano, but he knew the real power sat with Lucky Luciano. Lucchese tipped Luciano off that Maranzano planned to have him killed with help from the mad dog killer Vincent Call. On September 10th, 4 gunmen dressed as ears agents walked straight into Maranzano's office and gunned him down in cold blood. Lucchese was in the room. He gave the nod that pointed out the target. Maranzano never had a chance. Bullets tore through him before he could react. Lucchese slipped away and even ran into Call outside. That betrayal helped Luciano end the old boss of all bosses system and build the commission that still runs the families today. Lucchese became underboss to Tommy Gagliano and served as the visible face of the family, while Gagliano stayed in the background. When Gagliano died in 1951, Lucchese stepped up as boss without much opposition. The family took his name, and he turned it into one of the most profitable operations in New York. His main racket was the garment district in Manhattan. Manufacturers who needed to move goods or stay in business took knockdown loans from Lucchese at interest rates that crushed them. If they missed payments, the collectors came with fists and pipes. He controlled key locals of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union and used them to shake down owners and workers alike. Trucking companies, construction firms, and food suppliers all paid tribute. He owned over a dozen garment shops in New York and Pennsylvania as legitimate fronts for his money. He even cornered the kosher chicken market, squeezing suppliers and buyers until they had no choice but to deal with him. Violence was the silent partner in every deal. Button men handled the dirty work when someone pushed back too hard. What made Lucchese different was how openly he moved once his political protection felt solid. He had judges and City Hall in his corner. He backed Vincent Impoliteri for City Council president in 1945 and saw him win the seat. Impoliteri later became mayor. Connections to Mayor William O'Dwyer ran just as strong. These men helped Lucchese become a naturalized citizen in 1943, even with his arrest record. Old cases got fixed or disappeared. When heat came down, the right phone call to the right judge often made it go away. Lucchese started to believe the shield would always hold. He no longer felt the need to stay completely invisible like the bosses of the past. His operations grew bolder. His name surfaced more in public. He expanded into Idlewild airport rackets later, called JFK, controlling security and unions there, and sharing the take with Carlo Gambino after 1962. He even built alliances in narcotics with Santo Trafficante. The political armor made him comfortable enough to stop hiding the full scope of his power. That comfort became his weakness. Federal investigators had been watching the garment rackets and union control for years. The Kefauver Committee hearings and the later McClellan Committee on Labor Racketeering put Lucchese's name front and center. In 1952, the government moved to revoke his citizenship over hidden arrests and false names on old paperwork. The case dragged through the courts for 6 years. He won on technicalities, but the exposure never went away. In 1957, the Appalachian Summit in upstate New York blew up in the faces of dozens of bosses. Lucchese stayed home, but many of his closest allies got swept into the dragnet. Investigators used his open movements and visible political ties as a roadmap. They documented the extortion, the union shakedowns, and the fixes that once protected him. Pressure built on every part of his empire. The same connections he relied on now became evidence of how deep the corruption ran. Lucchese stayed defiant to the end. In 1962, his daughter's wedding to Thomas Gambino turned into a massive public display with over 1,000 guests and huge gifts that showed everyone who still held real power in New York. He kept issuing orders from the shadows, but the damage from years of open operation was already spreading. Key allies started falling to indictments. The rackets that once ran smooth began facing real resistance from law enforcement that now had the paper trail they needed. On July 13, 1967, Tommy Lucchese died at his home in Lido Beach on Long Island. A brain tumor took him at 67. He never spent another day in prison after serving just 13 months on an old auto theft conviction from the early 1920s. Over 1,000 people showed up for his funeral, including politicians, judges, cops, and every level of criminal from drug dealers to hitmen. The turnout proved how openly he had lived in his final years. Yet the empire he built on political arrogance was already coming apart. His chosen successors ran into immediate trouble. Some landed in prison before they could fully take over. Others faced fresh indictments. The family he left would spend decades trying to recover the grip he once held so confidently across the garment center, the airports, and City Hall. Lucchese believed his political friends would always stand between him and serious trouble. He got so comfortable he dropped the old caution and let his power show. Federal investigators turned that exact arrogance into their strongest weapon. They watched the open moves, built cases on the visible rackets, and slowly dismantled the structure he thought was untouchable. His story shows what happens when a boss starts trusting his protection more than his own instincts for survival.
Number 24, Salvatore Riina.
Salvatore Riina was not just another mafia boss. He was the Beast, the most feared and brutal man in the history of the Sicilian Cosa Nostra. He got so arrogant that he declared open war on the Italian government itself. He ordered bombings against judges, prosecutors, and politicians in broad daylight. He believed the state would eventually back down and leave him alone. Instead, his actions turned all of Italy against the Mafia and brought his entire world crashing down. Riina was born in 1930 in the poor town of Corleone in western Sicily. He grew up surrounded by violence and joined the local mafia family as a teenager. His first murder came when he was still young. By the 1960s and early 70s, he had already earned a reputation as one of the most savage killers in the organization. He formed a tight alliance with Bernardo Provenzano, but while Provenzano preferred quiet control, Riina favored direct and overwhelming violence. When power struggles inside Cosa Nostra turned into the Second Mafia War in 1981, Riina and the Corleonesi faction launched a campaign of extermination against rival families in Palermo and across Sicily. Hundreds of men were murdered in ambushes, massacres, and street shootings. In one infamous attack, known as the Viale Lazio Massacre, a group of rival mafiosi was lured to a meeting and cut down in a hail of automatic gunfire. Bodies were dissolved in acid tanks or dumped in remote ravines, so they would never be found. Riina showed no mercy. He ordered the elimination of entire bloodlines when he felt even the slightest threat. Estimates put the number of deaths during his rise and reign at over 1,000. By 1983, the war was over, and he had crushed his enemies and taken effective control of the entire Sicilian Mafia. He maintained that control through a system of tiny handwritten notes called pizzini that allowed him to issue orders even while living in hiding. The Italian state finally responded with the biggest trial in its history. The Maxi trial opened in 1986 inside a fortified bunker courtroom built specially in Palermo. Over 400 mafiosi stood trial together. Turncoats like Tommaso Buscetta gave detailed testimony that exposed the inner workings of Cosa Nostra and named the top bosses for the first time. Many powerful men received life sentences. Riina was convicted in absentia and given multiple life terms. Most bosses facing that kind of pressure would have gone deeper into hiding or tried to cut quiet deals. Riina did the opposite. His ego would not allow him to accept defeat. He believed that only raw terror could force the government to back off. He decided to declare open war on the Italian state itself. In 1992, he ordered two of the most shocking attacks in modern Italian history. On May 23rd, Judge Giovanni Falcone was driving from Palermo Airport toward the city with his wife Francesca Morvillo and a convoy of bodyguards. A massive bomb containing more than 1,000 pounds of explosives had been planted under the highway near Capaci. As the cars passed, the device was detonated by remote control. The explosion created a huge crater in the road and killed Falcone, his wife, and 3 bodyguards instantly. The blast was so powerful that it was felt across the countryside. Less than 2 months later, on July 19th, another leading anti-mafia judge, Paolo Borsellino, was killed outside his mother's apartment in Via D'Amelio in Palermo. A car bomb exploded as he arrived for a visit and destroyed everything around it. Borsellino and 5 bodyguards died in the inferno. These were not quiet hits carried out in the dark. They were terrorist-style public bombings meant to terrify the entire country and show that no one was safe. Riina was convinced the government would panic and offer concessions such as releasing convicted mafiosi or easing the pressure. He thought he was completely untouchable. The result was the exact opposite of what he expected. The murders of Falcone and Borsellino sparked a wave of national outrage that swept across Italy. Millions of ordinary citizens took to the streets in protest. Politicians who had long ignored or even cooperated with the mafia suddenly competed to appear the toughest on organized crime. New emergency laws were passed giving investigators more power. Resources poured into anti-mafia units. The number of pentiti or turncoats increased sharply as men realized the old system of protection was collapsing. Public opinion turned violently against Cosa Nostra. Riina's strategy of open terror had united the country against him instead of breaking its will. The backlash was swift and overwhelming. In the years that followed, thousands of arrests crippled the organization he had built. On January 15, 1993, Italian police arrested Salvatore Riina in a modest apartment in Palermo, where he had been living under a false name. After years of ordering hundreds of murders and bombings from the shadows, he was taken into custody without a single shot being fired. The man who had made judges and politicians live in constant fear spent the rest of his life in maximum security prisons under the harsh 41 bis isolation regime reserved for the most dangerous bosses. He received additional life sentences for the Capaci and Via D'Amelio bombings, as well as the earlier Maxi trial convictions. In 2017, he died in a prison hospital in Parma at the age of 87. He never saw freedom again after his arrest. Riina's arrogance was the force that ultimately destroyed him. He believed his reputation for extreme brutality would make the Italian state surrender and negotiate. By bombing judges in public and declaring open war, he forced a response that no amount of violence or fear could defeat. The same terror he had used to dominate Sicily for more than a decade became the catalyst that turned the entire country against the Mafia. The beast, who once decided life and death across western Sicily, ended his days alone in a prison cell far from Corleone. His story shows what happens when a boss lets his ego convince him that he is above the consequences of his own actions.
Number 25, Joseph Valachi.
Joseph Valachi was born on September 22, 1907, in East Harlem, New York, to poor Italian immigrant parents from Naples. He was one of 9 children crammed into a railroad flat, where money was always tight and the streets were the only classroom that mattered. Valachi dropped out after 8th grade and joined a local street gang called the Minutemen, running numbers, stealing cars, and shaking down pushcart peddlers. By his early 20s, he had already done time for burglary and assault. In 1930, when the Castellamarese War ripped the New York underworld apart, Valachi picked the winning side. He started as a gunman for Salvatore Maranzano, but flipped at the right moment to Lucky Luciano and Vito Genovese. That switch saved his life when Maranzano was murdered in 1931. Valachi was formally inducted as a made man into what became the Genovese crime family. For the next 30 years, he stayed a loyal street soldier, never rising to capo or boss. He earned through loan sharking, illegal gambling, and especially heroin trafficking. He followed orders, kept his mouth shut, and collected his envelope every week. That low-profile formula kept him alive and useful. Everything ended in 1959. Federal agents rolled up a major narcotics conspiracy, and Valachi was convicted alongside several Genovese family members. He received a 15 to 20-year sentence and was shipped to the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. By then, his boss, Vito Genovese, was already locked up there on his own narcotics conviction. At first, the two men got along. They ate together, walked the yard, and talked old times. Then prison whispers started. Genovese began to suspect Valachi might be talking to authorities after a few minor slip-ups, and rumors spread through the inmate network. One afternoon in the yard, Genovese walked up, put his hands on Valachi's shoulders, and kissed him on the cheek in front of dozens of other prisoners. In Mafia tradition, that kiss meant only one thing: you are marked for death. Valachi knew the signal. He had seen it before. Overnight, he became convinced Genovese had ordered his execution. He started sleeping with a knife, scanning every face, and waiting for the hit he believed was coming. On June 22nd, 1962, Valachi snapped. While walking the prison yard, he spotted another inmate, a small-time drug offender named Joseph Sopp. Sopp had the misfortune of vaguely resembling a man Valachi feared. In a panic, Valachi grabbed a piece of lead pipe from a construction area, walked straight up behind Sopp, and smashed him over the head again and again. He kept swinging until the man's skull caved in and blood pooled on the concrete. Guards pulled Valachi off the body. The killing was public, brutal, and witnessed by half the yard. Valachi later admitted he believed Sopp was the hitman Genovese had sent to kill him. Only after the blood was cleaned up did he learn the truth. Joseph Sopp was nobody connected to the Mafia. He was a random federal prisoner serving a short narcotics sentence with no ties to Genovese or any family. Valachi had murdered an innocent man in a blind, paranoid rage. That single swing of the pipe now carried the death penalty. Facing execution for the cold-blooded killing, Valachi made the choice that would shatter the Mafia forever. He reached out to federal authorities and offered the one thing no made man was ever supposed to give: total cooperation. To save his own neck, he agreed to break omerta, the sacred vow of silence every inducted member swore on pain of death. In the summer of 1963, Valachi began talking. On October 1st, 1963, he sat before the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations in Washington, D.C., and for days he testified on live national television. Millions of Americans watched this ordinary-looking, balding, middle-aged man in a cheap suit calmly dismantle the entire American Mafia. He named every boss, underboss, and capo in New York's 5 families. He described the commission that ruled them all. He explained the blood initiation ritual, the burning of holy cards, the rules against talking to cops, and the exact structure of rackets from narcotics to construction extortion. He listed dozens of murders, including ones he had witnessed or helped carry out. His testimony filled more than 1,000 pages of official records and gave prosecutors the first inside roadmap they had ever possessed. The damage was immediate and catastrophic. For the first time, law enforcement had sworn testimony from a made man confirming that La Cosa Nostra was a real, tightly organized national syndicate and not a newspaper myth. J. Edgar Hoover could no longer pretend otherwise. Every family felt the heat. Indictments followed. Bosses who had operated for decades suddenly faced witnesses, wiretaps, and grand juries armed with Valachi's details. Vito Genovese, still rotting in the same prison system, was humiliated beyond words. The soldier he had once trusted had not only killed the wrong man, but then sang louder than anyone in Mafia history. A $100,000 contract was immediately placed on Valachi's head, but the government kept him hidden in protective custody, moving him from prison to prison for the rest of his life. Joseph Valachi never saw the outside world again. He spent his final years in solitary or under heavy guard, hated by every made man still breathing. On January 3rd, 1971, he died of a heart attack at the Federal Correctional Institution in Latuna, Texas. He was 67 years old. No family members claimed the body. He was buried in an unmarked grave under a government-assigned name. The man who had lived 30 years as a loyal Genovese soldier died alone, disgraced, and despised by the only world he had ever known. Joe Valachi's mistake was born from pure terror and stupidity. In his frantic attempt to stay alive, he clubbed an innocent prisoner to death in broad daylight over a suspicion that may never have been real. That one impulsive, idiotic swing forced him into the ultimate betrayal. To dodge the electric chair, he opened his mouth and gave the government everything. He became the first rat to tear the Mafia open from the inside on national television. His testimony did more lasting damage than any raid, any wiretap, or any prosecutor before or since. One wrong murder, one moment of prison yard panic, turned a faceless soldier into the most infamous informant the American underworld had ever seen. The Mafia never forgave him. They did not need to. Valachi destroyed himself the day he picked up that pipe, and then chose to talk. He did not die from Genovese's bullet. He died a broken, lonely rat who had single-handedly lit the fuse that would eventually burn down the entire empire he once swore to protect.
Number 26. Joe Colombo.
Joseph Colombo was born on June 16, 1923, in Brooklyn, New York, to Italian immigrant parents. His father was a small-time bootlegger who ended up murdered when Colombo was just a teenager. The killing left the family broke and angry. Colombo dropped out of school early and jumped straight into street life. By his 20s, he was running numbers, loan sharking, and hijacking trucks for the Profassi crime family. He did time for burglary and assault, but always came back stronger. In the early 1960s, the Profassi family exploded into the Gallo-Profassi War. Colombo played both sides perfectly, switching allegiance at the exact right moment. When Joseph Profassi died in 1962, Colombo helped broker peace and was named boss of the family at age 39. He renamed it the Colombo family and ran it with a tight fist. Extortion, construction rackets, gambling, and loan sharking brought in millions. He kept a low profile, like every smart boss was supposed to. No flashy suits, no headlines, just quiet, steady money and absolute control. Everything changed in 1970. Colombo decided the FBI was harassing Italian Americans. Instead of handling it the old way, through lawyers or payoffs in the shadows, he founded the Italian American Civil Rights League. The League's public mission was to fight discrimination against Italians, but its real purpose quickly became denying the Mafia even existed. Colombo started holding huge rallies. He packed Madison Square Garden and Columbus Circle with thousands of people waving American flags and chanting that the Mafia was a myth invented by the government to smear Italians. He appeared on national television, gave interviews, and posed for cameras in front of the League's headquarters. He shook hands with politicians and celebrities. He printed bumper stickers and t-shirts that read Italian American Civil Rights League, "There is no Mafia." He bragged that he had forced the FBI to stop using the word Mafia in official documents. For a while, it looked like a brilliant public relations move. Membership exploded. Donations poured in. Colombo became a household name and a self-appointed spokesman for millions of Italian Americans. The other bosses watched in horror. The golden rule of the Mafia had always been silence. You stayed out of the newspapers. You let the lawyers and politicians talk while you counted cash in the back room. Carlo Gambino, the most powerful boss in the country, warned Colombo directly to shut it down. The publicity was bringing too much heat on every family. Every rally, every TV appearance, every denial made the FBI and the press dig harder. Colombo ignored him. He was convinced his new image as a civil rights leader made him untouchable. He kept pushing bigger and bigger events. On June 28, 1971, he organized the Italian American Unity Day rally at Columbus Circle in Manhattan. More than 10,000 people showed up. Television cameras were everywhere. Politicians spoke. Colombo stood on the stage in a dark suit, smiling, waving, soaking up the applause like a movie star. At 11:45 a.m., while Colombo was greeting supporters near the stage, a 23-year-old black gunman named Jerome Johnson walked straight up to him. Johnson raised a .32 caliber revolver and fired 3 shots into Colombo's head at point-blank range. The crowd screamed. Blood sprayed across the pavement. Colombo collapsed with bullets in his skull. Bodyguards and police tackled Johnson immediately. In the chaos, Johnson was shot and killed on the spot by an unknown gunman who vanished into the crowd. Colombo was rushed to the hospital. Surgeons removed 2 bullets from his brain, but the damage was massive. He survived the initial shooting, but never recovered. For the next 7 years, he lay in a hospital bed or at home, partially paralyzed, unable to speak clearly, fed through tubes, and slowly wasting away. He could barely move or communicate. The once powerful boss who had commanded a major New York family was reduced to a breathing shell. The Colombo family fractured instantly. Capos fought for control. The other bosses quietly let it happen. Gambino and the commission had made it clear. Colombo's public circus had crossed the line. No one ever officially claimed the hit, but everyone inside the Mafia knew it was sanctioned. The public spotlight Colombo craved had painted a target on his back that no amount of bodyguards could hide. He died on May 22, 1978, at the age of 54. still technically the boss, but long since irrelevant. His funeral was small and private. The empire he once ran continued without him, weakened by the very attention he had invited. Joe Colombo's mistake was the simplest and dumbest one a mafia boss could make. He broke the code of silence in the loudest way possible. Instead of operating in the shadows like every successful boss before him, he dragged the entire organization into the spotlight, denied its existence on national television, and held rallies that screamed for more cameras. He thought he could be both a powerful don and a public hero. The other bosses saw it for what it was: reckless arrogance that invited federal investigations, wiretaps, and endless scrutiny on every family. They solved the problem the only way they knew how. One bullet at his own rally ended the circus. Colombo did not die in a quiet backroom hit or from old age in hiding. He was gunned down in front of thousands of people and live television cameras because he refused to stay invisible. The man who spent his final years trapped in a broken body paid the full price for choosing fame over silence. In the Mafia, the spotlight always came with a body bag. Joe Colombo learned that lesson the hard way, on a sunny afternoon in Columbus Circle, with the whole world watching.
Number 27, Paul Castellano.
Paul Castellano was born Constantino Paul Castellano on June 26, 1915, in Brooklyn, New York, to Sicilian immigrant parents. He grew up in a working-class neighborhood where his father ran a small meat-packing business. Castellano dropped out of school in the 8th grade and went straight into the rackets. By his early 20s, he was already a made man in what would become the Gambino crime family. He married Carlo Gambino's sister-in-law, which tied him directly to the most powerful bloodline in the New York Mafia. Castellano climbed quietly through loan sharking, construction extortion, and union control. He kept a low profile and stayed out of the tabloids. When Carlo Gambino died of natural causes in October 1976, Castellano was named boss of the Gambino family, without a single shot fired. At age 61, he took over the largest, richest, and most powerful mafia family in the country. He controlled concrete companies, garment center trucking, garbage hauling, and waterfront rackets that pulled in tens of millions every year. From day one, Castellano ran the family like a Fortune 500 corporation. He moved into a 17,000 square foot mansion on Tot Hill in Staten Island that the tabloids immediately nicknamed the White House. It sat on 2.5 acres behind iron gates, complete with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and a heated swimming pool. Castellano lived there like a CEO, wearing tailored suits, eating gourmet meals, and rarely leaving the property. He refused to meet most of his street soldiers. He conducted business through underboss Agnello Della Croce and a handful of capos, but he hated the old-school street life. He banned narcotics dealing inside the family and ordered captains to focus on legitimate rackets like construction bids and union payoffs. He rarely showed up at social clubs or funerals. He sent messengers instead. The soldiers who did the dirty work, shaking down truckers, breaking legs for loan shark payments, and burying bodies, started to feel abandoned. They were making less money while Castellano sat in his mansion, counting millions from white-collar schemes. Resentment grew fast. The man who felt it most was John Gotti. Gotti ran a crew out of the Burgeon Hunt and Fish Club in Queens and answered to underboss Della Croce. Gotti and his men were old school. They lived on the street, hijacked trucks, ran gambling and loan sharking, and made their money the hard way. Castellano openly disrespected them. He cut their rackets, demanded bigger tribute, and treated them like employees instead of soldiers. When Della Croce got cancer in 1985, Castellano made it clear he planned to dissolve Gotti's crew after Della Croce died and hand the profitable pieces to his own relatives. Gotti and his closest capos, Sammy Gravano, Frank DeSicco, and others, knew they were next on the chopping block. Castellano never saw the danger. He was too isolated in his mansion, too convinced that his corporate style made him untouchable. He ignored every warning sign. He never called a sit-down. He never listened to the street. He just kept issuing orders from behind the gates of the White House. On December 16, 1985, the bill came due. Della Croce had died of cancer a few weeks earlier. Castellano called a meeting of captains at Sparks Steakhouse on East 46th Street in Manhattan to discuss the future of the family. He arrived in a black Lincoln Town car driven by his new underboss, Thomas Bellotti, at exactly 5:30 p.m. as Castellano and Bellotti stepped out of the car in front of the restaurant. 4 men in long dark coats and fur hats walked up from the sidewalk. They raised automatic pistols and opened fire. Castellano took 6 bullets in the head, neck, and chest. He collapsed on the sidewalk in a pool of blood. Bellotti was hit 9 times before he could even draw his own gun. The shooters jumped into a getaway car and disappeared into rush hour traffic. The entire hit took less than 10 seconds. Witnesses described it as calm and professional. No one inside the restaurant even knew what had happened until the bodies were already on the ground. John Gotti watched the whole thing from a car parked across the street. Within hours, he was the new boss of the Gambino family. The other families on the commission quietly approved the move. They had grown tired of Castellano's arrogance and isolation too. Paul Castellano was buried a few days later in a private ceremony. No massive funeral procession, no headlines for the man who once thought he was above the street. His mansion was sold. His rackets were carved up. The Gambino family, that had been the most powerful in America, began its long decline under Gotti's flashy rule. Paul Castellano died on a cold Manhattan sidewalk because of one fatal, stupid decision. He turned his back on his own soldiers. He locked himself away in a mansion, played corporate boss, and treated the men who spilled blood for him like disposable labor. He ignored the growing rage of John Gotti and the entire Della Croce faction until they decided the only way to survive was to kill him first. The man who lived like a king in the White House never saw the guns coming. He spent his final years worrying about stock prices and union contracts, while the street he abandoned planned his execution in plain sight. In the Mafia, isolation is not protection, it is a death sentence. Castellano learned that lesson the hard way, with bullets tearing through his skull outside a steakhouse while his driver bled out beside him. He did not die from a rival family's war or a federal indictment. He died because he forgot that a boss who loses the loyalty of his own men is already a dead man walking. The White House mansion still stands, but the boss who built his empire inside it never made it home for dinner that night. One dumb, arrogant choice ended the reign of the most powerful Mafia Don in New York.
Number 28, Carmine Galante.
Carmine Galante was born on February 21st, 1910, in East Harlem, New York, to Sicilian immigrant parents. He was one of 7 children and grew up in a neighborhood where the only way to get ahead was with a gun or a knife. By age 10, he was stealing and running errands for local mobsters. He quit school after the 6th grade and never looked back. At 19, he was arrested for assault and robbery. By his mid-20s, he was a full-fledged gunman for the Bonanno crime family. He became the personal driver and bodyguard for boss Joseph Bonanno and earned the nickname Lilo because of his habit of twitching his lips like he was chewing on something. Galante was vicious even by Mafia standards. He personally carried out hits, including the 1930 murder of a police officer who had gotten too close to the family's rackets. He served short stretches in prison for assault and weapons, but always came out meaner. In the 1950s, he moved into narcotics and quickly became one of the biggest heroin importers on the East Coast. He helped build the French Connection pipeline that flooded New York with European heroin. The money was enormous, and so was the body count. Galante killed or ordered the deaths of anyone who tried to muscle in on his supply lines. In 1962, the law finally caught up. Galante and dozens of others were indicted in a massive narcotics conspiracy case. He was convicted and sent to federal prison for 12 years. Behind bars, he stayed connected, running his rackets through messengers and keeping his crew loyal. When he walked out in 1974, he was 64 years old and ready to seize total control. Joseph Bonanno had long since retired. The official boss, Philip Rusty Rastelli, was still locked up on his own charges. Galante declared himself acting boss of the Bonanno family and immediately went after the one thing he had always craved: complete domination of the American heroin trade. He did not ask permission. He did not go to the commission, the ruling body made up of the bosses of the 5 families. He simply started ordering hits on rival dealers and importers who refused to buy from him or pay tribute. Bodies turned up in car trunks and vacant lots across Brooklyn and Queens. Galante made it clear he intended to control every kilo coming into the country. He bragged in private that he was untouchable, that no one would dare move against him. He carried himself like the new emperor of the underworld, ignoring every rule the old bosses lived by. The other families watched and waited. Galante's power grab was reckless and greedy. He was cutting into their own narcotics profits and killing made men without commission approval. That was a death sentence in itself. Carlo Gambino had warned him before he died in 1976. The new bosses, Paul Castellano, Agnello Della Croce, and the others, sent messages telling him to slow down. Galante laughed them off. He kept expanding, kept killing, and kept skimming millions for himself. By the spring of 1979, the commission had seen enough. A contract was put out on him. The Bonanno family itself was split. Even some of Galante's own capos had grown tired of his arrogance and his refusal to share the wealth. The hit was set for a quiet afternoon in Brooklyn. On July 12, 1979, Galante went to Joe and Mary's Italian-American restaurant on Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick for lunch. He sat on the back patio under a grape arbor with 2 close associates, Leonard Coppola and Giuseppe Turano, and a bodyguard named Giuseppe De Gregorio. The 4 men ate leisurely. Galante was relaxed. He had a fat cigar clamped between his teeth the entire time. At 2:45 p.m., 3 masked gunmen walked through the restaurant's side door. One carried a shotgun. They opened fire without a word. The first blast tore into Galante's chest. He was hit again and again, more than 20 bullets in total. His body jerked backward in the chair. The cigar never left his mouth. Coppola and Turano were cut down in the same barrage. Di Gregorio survived with wounds, but later refused to identify the shooters. The gunman walked out calmly, got into a waiting car, and vanished. The entire execution took less than 30 seconds. Police arrived to find Galante slumped in his chair, blood soaking his white shirt, the cigar still burning between his dead lips. The image made every front page in New York the next day. The commission had sent its message. Galante's own family helped set him up. Within weeks, the Bonanno family was reorganized under Rastelli. The heroin wars cooled off, and the other bosses divided up the trade more evenly. Carmine Galante was buried in a plain ceremony at Calvary Cemetery. No lavish funeral, no thousands of mourners. The man who thought he could rule the Mafia alone was gone. Carmine Galante died with a cigar in his teeth because of one fatal, arrogant mistake. After 12 years in prison, he came out convinced he was above the rules. He tried to steal the entire heroin business for himself, ordered murders without permission, and spat in the face of the commission that ran the entire American Mafia. He believed his reputation for violence made him untouchable. It did the opposite. It made every other boss realize he had to go. One quiet lunch on a Brooklyn patio ended the reign of the man who wanted to be the dope king of America. The same cigar he loved to chew on was still clenched in his mouth when the bullets hit. In the Mafia, arrogance does not get you respect. It gets you a body bag and a headline. Galante learned that lesson the hard way, bleeding out on a restaurant patio while his empire was carved up before his blood even dried. He did not die from old age or a rival street war. He died because he forgot that no one man runs the commission. They run you, and when they decide you are done, they do it with a shotgun and a mask in broad daylight.
Number 29, Anthony Provenzano.
In the Genovese crime family's New Jersey faction, Anthony Tony Provenzano stood out as a capo who didn't need to hide in the shadows. He operated in plain sight, president of Teamsters Local 560 in Union City, a made man who turned a legitimate union local into a cash machine for the family while making enemies vanish without a trace. Born May 7, 1917, on Manhattan's Lower East Side to Sicilian immigrants, Provenzano quit school at 15 and started hauling freight. He joined Local 560 as a business agent in the late 1940s, rose to president in 1958, and quickly became one of the most feared figures in New Jersey labor. His real power came from the Genovese family. He was a made man who used the Union Hall as cover for rackets, extortion, and control. To lock down Local 560, Provenzano eliminated his main rival in 1961. Anthony Castellano, the local's secretary-treasurer, was lured to a meeting in upstate New York. He was murdered by Provenzano's associates. Castellito's body was never found. Within weeks, Provenzano installed his brother Sal in the vacant trustee position and brought in Salvatore "Sally Bugs" Bergoglio as business agent. Another brother, Nunzio, followed soon after. Provenzano was convicted of Castellito's murder in 1978 and sentenced to life. That killing set the tone for his reign. Local 560's shop stewards ran gambling and loan sharking operations that kicked money back to the capo. Trucking companies paid labor peace money to avoid strikes or worse. Opposition was crushed. One critic, Walter Glockner, was shot dead outside his Hoboken home. Other drivers who spoke out were beaten or thrown through plate glass windows during meetings. Several simply disappeared. Local 560 earned a reputation for violence that lasted as long as Provenzano held sway. His brutality reached the national level. While serving time for extortion at Lewisburg Federal Prison in the 1960s, Provenzano clashed with Jimmy Hoffa, the Teamsters leader who had once been his mentor. The two had a vicious fight at an airport where Hoffa broke a bottle over Provenzano's head. Provenzano never let it go. He reportedly threatened to pull out his guts and kidnap Hoffa's grandchildren. By 1975, Hoffa was out of prison after Nixon commuted his sentence and was trying to regain the Teamsters presidency. He contacted Provenzano to smooth things over. A meeting was set for July 30 at the Maucus Red Fox restaurant in Bloomfield Township, Michigan, outside Detroit. Hoffa was supposed to meet Provenzano and Detroit mobster Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone. Hoffa arrived on time. No one else showed. At 2:15 p.m. He called his wife from a payphone and said they hadn't come. He was never seen again. His body has never been found. FBI investigators concluded Provenzano set the trap and ordered the hit to settle the old prison grudge and block Hoffa from reclaiming power that could disrupt mob influence over the Union. Associates tied to Provenzano, including the Bergoglio brothers and Thomas Andretta, were identified in the abduction. Some accounts say Hoffa's body was brought back to New Jersey so Provenzano could personally confirm the job was finished. Provenzano had an alibi and always denied any meeting or involvement. No one was ever charged in Hoffa's disappearance. The case remains open. Provenzano's legal troubles finally caught up with him. Besides the life sentence for Castellito's murder, he was convicted in 1978 on kickback charges involving a multi-million-dollar pension fund scheme, and in 1979 on RICO charges tied to labor payoffs. He died December 12, 1988, at age 71 in Lompoc Federal Prison in California from heart failure, still serving time. Tony Pro was one of the most effective mafia operators in the Union world. He didn't just order killings, he erased people while wearing the legitimate title of Union president. He controlled jobs, contracts, and money that flowed through one of America's most powerful labor organizations. His suspected role in Hoffa's disappearance turned a personal blood feud into a national mystery that has never been solved. That combination of institutional power and permanent disappearances is what puts him at the top of this list.
Number 30, Frank Sheeran.
In the world of organized crime, some killers operated from the shadows of back rooms and alleyways. Others, like Frank the Irishman Sheeran, blended into legitimate institutions while carrying out the family's dirtiest work. A truck driver turned Teamsters official and Bufalino crime family associate, Sheeran lived a double life for decades. Late in life, he confessed to more than 24 contract killings, including the one that still haunts American history, the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. Born Francis Joseph Sheeran on October 25, 1920, he grew up in a working-class Irish-American family. After serving in World War II with the 45th Infantry Division in Europe, where he saw heavy combat, Sheeran returned to civilian life and became a truck driver. That job put him on the road and eventually into contact with powerful men who needed muscle and loyalty more than they needed another hauler. By the 1950s, he had caught the attention of Russell Bufalino, the quiet but enormously influential boss of the Bufalino crime family in Pennsylvania. Bufalino took Sheeran under his wing. What started as odd jobs and protection work turned into something far darker. Sheeran became a trusted associate, and, according to his own later admissions, a primary hitman for the family. At the same time, Bufalino's cousin, Union lawyer Bill Bufalino, introduced him to Jimmy Hoffa, the fiery and powerful president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Hoffa needed reliable muscle and organizers who could handle the rough side of labor politics. Sheeran fit perfectly. He rose quickly inside the union, eventually becoming president of Teamsters Local 326 in Wilmington, Delaware. On the surface, he was a union man looking out for drivers and dock workers. Behind that image, he moved between Hoffa's inner circle and the Bufalino family, carrying messages, enforcing decisions, and handling problems that required permanent solutions. The relationship between Sheeran, Hoffa, and Bufalino was close and complicated. Sheeran was trusted by both the labor leader and the mafia boss. He worked as Hoffa's bodyguard and fixer while remaining loyal to Bufalino's orders. That dual allegiance would later define his most infamous claim. In the years after Hoffa's 1975 disappearance, law enforcement circled many names, including Anthony Tony Provenzano. Sheeran's name also surfaced, but it was not until the final years of his life that the full story, according to him, came out. Between 1999 and 2003, while battling cancer and facing the end of his life, Sheeran sat for hours of recorded interviews with former homicide prosecutor and defense attorney Charles Brandt. The result was the 2004 book, I heard you paint houses. The title came from the very first words Jimmy Hoffa ever spoke to Sheeran on the phone. I heard you paint houses. Hoffa said mob code for carrying out killings, the paint being blood spatter on walls. Sheeran replied that he also did his own carpentry, meaning he took care of body disposal himself. In those interviews, Sheeran confessed to more than 25 murders committed on orders from Russell Bufalino, Jimmy Hoffa, and other powerful figures. He described a career that stretched from the 1950s into the 1970s, moving between union work and contract hits. Most explosively, he claimed he personally carried out the murder of his friend and former boss Jimmy Hoffa on July 30th, 1975. According to Sheeran, the hit was ordered at the highest levels of the mob to stop Hoffa from regaining control of the Teamsters and threatening the lucrative arrangements that kept organized crime deeply embedded in the union's pension funds and contracts. Sheeran said he was chosen because Hoffa trusted him and would get into a car with him without suspicion. The meeting at the Marcus Red Fox restaurant was the setup. Sheeran claimed he drove Hoffa to a nearby house under the pretense of a sit-down and carried out the killing there. Sheeran's confessions went even further. He alleged involvement in other high-profile matters, including transporting weapons connected to the 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy, claims that remain unproven and heavily disputed. He also said he was responsible for the 1972 murder of New York mobster Joseph Crazy Joe Gallo, though that account has been challenged by multiple sources and investigators. What makes Sheeran's story stand out among Mafia figures is not just the number of claimed killings, but the position he held while doing them. He was not a low-level soldier hiding in social clubs. He was a visible Teamsters official, a local president, a man who sat across tables from Hoffa and negotiated on behalf of working people. That legitimate front gave him access and cover that pure gangsters rarely enjoyed. It also meant that when he turned on Hoffa, it was a betrayal at the deepest personal level, a friend killing a friend on orders from the larger criminal structure they both served. The confessions were not made lightly or for money. Sheeran was already in poor health. He had served significant prison time earlier for labor racketeering and extortion-related charges and had been released on medical grounds late in life. Brandt, a seasoned prosecutor, spent years verifying details. The book includes dozens of pages of corroborating evidence and independent sources that lined up with parts of Sheeran's account. Some law enforcement veterans and even certain Bufalino family associates later said the core story rang true. Others, including historians, former mob figures, and FBI personnel who worked the Hoffa case, remain skeptical that Sheeran was the actual triggerman. They argue he may have played a supporting role or exaggerated his involvement to settle old scores or gain attention at the end of his life. Regardless of where the absolute truth lies, Sheeran's admissions pulled back the curtain on how deeply the Mafia had penetrated one of America's largest and most powerful unions. The Teamsters controlled billions in pension money and influenced industries across the country. Men like Sheeran, Provenzano, and Bufalino turned that power into a private revenue stream while eliminating anyone who threatened the arrangement. Hoffa's attempt to reclaim leadership after prison made him a direct danger to that system. Sheeran's claimed role shows how personal loyalty and criminal obligation could collide inside the same man. Sheeran died of cancer on December 14, 2003, at age 83. He never faced charges for the murders he described. The Hoffa case remains officially open, with no body ever recovered and no one convicted. His story only reached the wider public years later through Brandt's book and then Martin Scorsese's 2019 film The Irishman, which brought Sheeran's life to millions of viewers. The movie dramatized the confessions and the relationships with Bufalino and Hoffa, but the underlying claims originated in those late-night taped conversations between a dying man and the lawyer who listened. What places Frank Sheeran on this list of the worst Mafia killers is the combination of scale, access, and betrayal. He was not a flashy shooter or a boss giving orders from a distance. He was the guy who did the work himself while holding a legitimate union title. He moved freely between Hoffa's office and Bufalino's world, carrying out the family's business until the day he was asked to remove the one man who had trusted him most. Whether every detail of his confessions is accurate or not, the picture he painted reveals a level of infiltration and cold calculation that few other figures achieved. Sheeran's life shows how the Mafia didn't always need to stay in the underworld. Sometimes the most effective operators wore union jackets, sat at negotiating tables, and smiled across dinner tables with the very people they were eventually ordered to erase. His confessions, delivered when he had nothing left to lose, gave the public its clearest window yet into that hidden machinery and into the personal price paid by the man who claimed to have pulled the final trigger on Jimmy Hoffa.
Number 31, Anthony Salerno.
Anthony Fat Tony Salerno was the public face of the Genovese crime family during its final era of open power in New York. A cigar-chomping, fedora-wearing capo who rose from East Harlem streets to acting boss, he ran one of the family's most violent and profitable crews while the real leadership hid behind him. His 1986 conviction in the landmark Mafia Commission trial helped bring down the ruling body of the five families and marked the beginning of the end for the old guard. Born August 15, 1911, in East Harlem, Salerno started in the 1930s as a soldier under Capo Trigger Mike Coppola in the 116th Street Crew, also known as the Uptown Crew. By the early 1960s, he had taken over as Caporagime after Coppola's legal troubles. He operated from the Palma Boys Social Club at 4116 East 115th Street, a cramped headquarters where the crew's real business was conducted over coffee and cards. Salerno built a multi-million-dollar empire on illegal gambling. His operation controlled numbers rackets, bookmaking, and floating dice games across East Harlem and into the South Bronx. Even as the neighborhood demographics shifted, he kept control and employed more than 200 people in street-level rackets. The crew absorbed members of the notoriously violent East Harlem Purple Gang, a group known for drug trafficking and contract killings, folding their muscle into Genovese operations. Enforcement was direct and brutal when collections fell short or rivals appeared. By the 1970s, Salerno had climbed the family ladder. He served as consigliere from 1972 to 1975 and underboss in 1975. In 1981, after Frank Thierry, he became the family's front boss, the visible leader, while Vincent the Chin Gigante remained the actual power behind the scenes. Gigante avoided attention by feigning mental illness. Salerno, with his larger-than-life presence, became the man law enforcement and the public associated with Genovese leadership. That visibility made him a primary target. In February 1985, Salerno and 8 other bosses and leaders of New York's 5 families were indicted in the Mafia Commission trial. Prosecutors under Rudy Giuliani charged them with running the commission itself as a criminal enterprise, controlling unions, infiltrating the concrete industry, ordering murders, and engaging in widespread racketeering. An FBI bug planted years earlier in the Palma Boys Social Club had captured Salerno discussing family business with underlings and even Lucchese boss Anthony Tony Ducks Corallo. On November 19, 1986, Salerno was convicted on RICO charges. On January 13, 1987, he received a 100-year sentence without parole and a $240,000 fine. While awaiting that trial, he faced a second indictment for controlling concrete companies involved in major New York projects, including Trump Tower, Mount Sinai Medical Center, and Memorial Sloan Kettering. He was also accused of helping rig the Teamsters Union presidency election. In 1988, he was convicted again and sentenced to an additional 70 years, fined $376,000, and ordered to forfeit an estimated $30 million in racketeering proceeds. Later cooperation from his own driver, Vincent Fish Cafaro, revealed that Salerno had largely been a front. The real decisions came from Gigante. Salerno took the public role and the heaviest legal blows, while the family's true boss stayed in the shadows. It was a calculated deception that worked until the wiretaps and turncoats dismantled it. Salerno spent his final years in federal prison. He died on July 27, 1992, at age 80, still serving the century-plus sentence. By then, the commission trial convictions had removed or neutralized most of the old-line bosses who had run the American Mafia for decades. What makes Salerno one of the worst is the scale of the operation he fronted and the violence that sustained it. The 116th Street Crew did not just run numbers and loans, it absorbed a murder-for-hire gang, enforced street taxes, and protected a criminal enterprise that reached into construction, unions, and politics. Salerno's public image as the cigar-smoking boss masked a structure built on fear and long-term infiltration of legitimate industries. The bug in his social club and the resulting commission case exposed how the five families coordinated at the highest levels to divide New York's rackets and eliminate threats. His story marks the moment when the Mafia's old way of doing business, open social clubs, visible bosses, and direct street control collided with modern federal prosecution. The 100-year sentence was meant to ensure he would never walk free again. In the end, Fat Tony Salerno became both the face of Genevieve's power and the symbol of its downfall.
Number 32, Nicodemo Scarfo.
Nicodemo Little Nicky Scarfo turned the Philadelphia crime family into one of the most dangerous and self-destructive organizations in American Mafia history. A small-statured man with a high-pitched voice, he ruled through raw violence and crippling paranoia, ordering dozens of murders against suspected informants, rivals, and even his own made guys. His roughly 8-year reign as boss produced more internal bloodshed than any other modern Mafia family, and left the organization fractured and vulnerable to federal prosecution. Born March 8, 1929, in Brooklyn, Scarfo moved with his family to South Philadelphia as a child. He entered the Bruno crime family young and earned a reputation as a volatile street enforcer. Under the long, relatively stable leadership of Angelo Bruno, Scarfo operated in the shadows but was never far from trouble. Bruno preferred diplomacy and steady rackets. Scarfo preferred fear. The turning point came in 1980 when Bruno was gunned down in a power play by ambitious underlings. Philip Chicken Man Testa briefly took over as boss. Less than a year later, in 1981, Testa was killed by a powerful nail bomb planted outside his home. In the chaos that followed, Scarfo maneuvered into the top spot. He secured backing from key figures in New York and quickly consolidated control. What followed was a decade defined by suspicion, betrayal, and bodies. Scarfo demanded absolute loyalty and imposed a street tax on every criminal operation in his territory. Bookmakers, drug dealers, loan sharks, and independent operators all had to pay or face consequences. Those who resisted or were suspected of holding back often ended up dead. His paranoia ran deep. He saw potential rats everywhere. Minor disputes, late payments, or even perceived disrespect could trigger an order for murder. During his time as boss, roughly 20 to 30 made members and associates of the Philadelphia family were killed. Many of those hits were ordered by Scarfo himself against people inside his own organization. The violence was not limited to external rivals. Scarfo turned on his own crew with particular ferocity. He ordered the murders of several of his own made guys and close associates because he believed often on thin evidence or the word of others that they might be cooperating with law enforcement. This created a climate of terror inside the family. Men who had once been loyal began to calculate that their best chance of survival was to flip and talk to the FBI before Scarfo decided they were next. The more people he killed out of suspicion, the more witnesses the government gained. Scarfo also expanded the family's reach into Atlantic City. As casinos opened in the late 1970s and early 1980s, he moved aggressively into construction rackets, labor unions, and other opportunities tied to the new gambling industry. He treated the entire Philadelphia, South Jersey, Atlantic City corridor as his personal domain. Anyone operating there without his permission or without paying tribute risked becoming another name on the growing list of the dead. Federal investigators watched the body count rise and the internal chaos grow. By the mid-1980s, the FBI and local task forces had built strong cases through wiretaps, surveillance, and crucially, cooperating witnesses who had decided Scarfo's paranoia made staying in the family more dangerous than testifying. In 1988, Scarfo and 16 of his top associates stood trial on sweeping racketeering charges. The indictment accused the enterprise of participating in at least 10 murders, 5 attempted murders, extortion, gambling, loan sharking, and drug trafficking. Jurors found Scarfo guilty of direct involvement in 8 of the slayings. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Additional convictions followed. One notable case involved the 1985 murder of bookmaker Frankie Flowers D'Alfonso, who had been beaten and later killed for refusing to pay the street tax. Scarfo received further time for that killing as well. By the time the sentences were stacked, he faced what amounted to a life term behind bars. Even in prison, Scarfo's influence lingered for a while, but the damage he had done to the family was permanent. The wave of defections he triggered through his own violence and suspicion stripped the organization of experienced members and created a generation of turncoats who helped prosecutors dismantle what remained. The Philadelphia family, once a disciplined regional power under Bruno, emerged from Scarfo's reign smaller, weaker, and far more fractured. Scarfo spent the rest of his life in federal custody. He died on January 13, 2017, at the Federal Medical Center in Butner, North Carolina, at age 87. By then, the family he had led through one of its bloodiest periods had long since lost the power and cohesion it once held. What places Little Nicky Scarfo among the worst mafia bosses is not just the body count, but the way he destroyed his own organization from the inside. Most violent bosses targeted outsiders or clear enemies. Scarfo's paranoia led him to eliminate trusted made guys and associates over rumors and slights. Every murder he ordered out of suspicion created more potential cooperators and more evidence for the government. The street tax and the Atlantic City expansion showed greed layered on top of the violence. In less than a decade, he turned a functioning criminal enterprise into a war zone where no one felt safe, not even the men closest to him. His reign stands as a textbook example of how unchecked suspicion and excessive violence can collapse a mafia family faster than any outside law enforcement campaign. The very tactics Scarfo used to maintain power fear, sudden hits, and demands for total obedience guaranteed that the people around him would eventually choose the FBI over him. In the end, the most dangerous threat to the Philadelphia family during those years was not the police or rival gangs. It was the boss himself.
Number 33, Sammy Gravano.
Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano rose from a Brooklyn street kid to become the underboss of the Gambino crime family and one of its most prolific killers. He later became the highest-ranking mafioso to turn state's evidence in modern history, delivering testimony that helped convict John Gotti and shattered the Gambino leadership. His life shows both the ruthless efficiency of a professional enforcer and the devastating damage one man can inflict when he decides to talk. Born March 12, 1945, in Brooklyn, Gravano grew up in a tough neighborhood and entered organized crime young. He started with small-time robberies and loan sharking before catching the attention of the Gambino family. By the 1970s, he had become a made man and earned a reputation as a reliable and cold-blooded operator. The nickname Sammy the Bull came from his compact build and willingness to use violence without hesitation. Gravano's value to the family lay in his ability to handle problems permanently. He later admitted under oath to participating in 19 murders during his time in the Gambino organization. These killings were not random. They targeted people who crossed the family, owed money, or posed a threat to its rackets. Gravano carried out these assignments with the same businesslike approach he brought to every other part of his criminal career. His most significant move came in 1985, when Gambino boss Paul Castellano became a liability to the family's leadership. John Gotti orchestrated his assassination outside Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan. Gravano played a central role in the planning and execution of the hit. The murder cleared the way for Gotti to take over as boss. In return, Gravano was rewarded with the position of underboss. Together, Gotti and Gravano ran the Gambino family through the late 1980s, controlling construction rackets, labor unions, and traditional street crimes across New York and beyond. As underboss, Gravano helped expand the family's influence in legitimate industries while maintaining iron control over its illegal operations. He was known for his organizational skills and his ability to insulate higher leadership from direct exposure. At the same time, the body count tied to the family continued to rise. Gravano's admitted involvement in multiple killings during this period made him one of the most dangerous figures in the Gambino hierarchy. The turning point came in 1991. Facing a massive federal RICO case that threatened to put both him and Gotti away for life, Gravano made a calculated decision. He agreed to cooperate with the government. In exchange for his testimony, he received a reduced sentence and entered the witness protection program. His decision stunned the Mafia world. Never before had an underboss of a major New York family flipped so completely and testified in open court against his own boss. Gravano's testimony was devastating. He calmly described the inner workings of the Gambino family, detailed specific murders including the Castellano hit, and directly implicated Gotti in multiple crimes. The jury convicted Gotti on all counts. Gotti received a life sentence without parole and died in prison in 2002. Gravano's cooperation also led to convictions of other high-ranking Gambino members and associates. It marked one of the biggest single blows to any New York crime family in decades and encouraged more defections across the Mafia. After serving his reduced sentence, Gravano was released but did not stay out of trouble. In the early 2000s, he was arrested in Arizona for running a large-scale ecstasy trafficking operation. He was convicted again and returned to federal prison. This second round of criminal activity showed that leaving the Mafia did not mean leaving crime behind. Gravano's story earns him a place on this list for two reasons. First, he was a hands-on killer who personally participated in 19 murders while rising to the second highest position in one of America's most powerful crime families. Second, his decision to testify against his own boss and organization inflicted more lasting damage than almost any law enforcement operation of the era. The combination of his violent record and his willingness to destroy the structure that had protected and enriched him makes him one of the most consequential figures in late 20th century organized crime. Unlike bosses who stayed loyal until the end, Gravano chose survival and self-interest when the pressure mounted. His testimony did not just convict John Gotti. It exposed the inner mechanics of the Gambino family to the public and accelerated the decline of traditional Mafia power in New York. The man once feared as Sammy the Bull became the bull that gored his own herd from the inside.
Number 34. Joseph Barboza.
Joseph the Animal Barboza stands as one of the most feared and prolific enforcers in the history of the New England Mafia. A Portuguese-American street fighter turned professional boxer turned contract killer, he carried out dozens of murders for the Patriarca crime family before becoming one of the first major mafiosi to flip and testify against his own bosses. His violent career, his decision to cooperate, and the scandals that followed his testimony make him a uniquely destructive figure in organized crime. Born Joseph Barboza Jr. On September 20th, 1932, in New Bedford, Massachusetts, he grew up in a tough Portuguese-American community. As a young man, he showed promise as a boxer and compiled a professional record of 8 wins and 3 losses in 11 fights. The discipline and toughness he developed in the ring translated directly into his criminal life. By the early 1960s, he had aligned himself with the Patriarca crime family, which dominated organized crime in Boston, Providence, and much of New England under boss Raymond Patriarca. Barboza quickly became the family's primary enforcer and hitman in the Boston area. He handled collections, eliminated threats, and carried out contract killings with a reputation for brutality that earned him the nickname The Animal. He later admitted to taking 26 lives during his time as a loan shark and hired assassin. His work was not limited to outsiders. He enforced discipline inside the organization and dealt with anyone who crossed the family or failed to pay debts. In an era when the Patriarca family maintained tight control over New England rackets, Barboza was the street-level weapon that kept competitors and debtors in line. His violence was extreme even by Mafia standards. He operated with a crew of other killers and showed little hesitation in carrying out orders. The body count tied to his activities helped fuel a period of intense gang warfare and internal purges in the Boston underworld during the mid-1960s. While Patriarca preferred to stay in the background in Providence, Barboza's high profile and aggressive style made him a visible and dangerous presence on the streets of Boston. By 1966, Barboza was in prison on a murder charge. While incarcerated, he decided to cooperate with the FBI. In June 1967, he became an informant and eventually agreed to testify against Raymond Patriarca and other high-ranking members of the family. The government offered him and his family protection in exchange for his testimony. Barboza became the first person ever placed in the newly created Federal Witness Protection Program. He received a new identity and relocated, though promises of a restaurant and full plastic surgery were not fully delivered. His testimony proved devastating in several major cases. He was the star witness in the trial of 6 men accused in the 1965 murder of Edward Deegan, a small-time criminal. 4 of the defendants received death sentences and 2 received life imprisonment. Decades later, it emerged that Barboza had helped frame the 6 men. The actual killers were Barboza himself and Vincent Flemmi. The wrongful conviction stood for years and became one of the most notorious examples of prosecutorial misconduct and informant perjury in American legal history. Barboza's cooperation also included testimony against Patriarca and underboss Gennaro Angiulo in other murder and racketeering cases. The decision to flip did not end Barboza's criminal instincts. Even while under government protection, he continued to engage in violent behavior and made threats against former associates. His cooperation created lasting enemies inside the Patriarca family. In 1976, nearly 9 years after entering witness protection, his location in San Francisco was discovered. Living under the alias Joseph Donati, he was shot and killed outside his apartment on February 11, 1976. Investigators believed the hit was ordered by Patriarca underboss Gennaro Angiulo as revenge for Barboza's testimony. The man who had survived years as one of the most violent enforcers in New England was finally eliminated by the organization he had once served and then betrayed. Barboza's story earns him a place on this list for the scale of his violence and the long shadow of his cooperation. He personally accounted for dozens of murders while working as the Patriarca family's top street enforcer. His willingness to testify against his own boss and frame innocent men for crimes he committed exposed deep flaws in how law enforcement handled high-level informants in the 1960s. The Deegan case alone ruined multiple lives through perjury that went unchecked for years. His placement as the first witness in the Federal Protection Program also highlighted both the promise and the dangers of turning mobsters into government witnesses. Unlike bosses who gave orders from a distance, Barboza was a hands-on killer who operated on the front lines of the New England underworld. His boxing background gave him physical confidence, but it was his lack of hesitation and reputation for cruelty that made him truly dangerous. When he decided the family had double-crossed him by threatening his wife and children, he turned on them completely. The same man who had carried out 26 murders became the witness who helped convict the boss who had once protected him. Joseph the Animal Barboza embodied the raw, street-level violence that powered the Patriarca crime family in its peak years. His career as an enforcer left a trail of bodies across New England. His decision to cooperate and the scandals that followed his testimony left a different kind of damage: wrongful convictions, exposed government practices, and a lasting example of how one violent man could destabilize both the Mafia and the system meant to fight it. In the end, even witness protection could not save him from the enemies he created on both sides of the law.
Number 35. Charles Lucky Luciano.
Charles Lucky Luciano did not just rise through the ranks of the American Mafia. He rebuilt it from the ground up after a period of chaotic and bloody warfare, turning street-level gangs into a structured national organization. Before he became the architect of the modern American Mafia and creator of the Commission, he was a hands-on killer who personally participated in dozens of murders during his climb to power. His decisions in 1931 ended one era of Mafia violence and launched another that lasted for generations. Born Salvatore Riina on November 24, 1897, in Lercara Fritti, Sicily, Luciano immigrated to New York City with his family in 1906. He grew up on the Lower East Side and quickly entered street crime. By his late teens, he was running with gangs, involved in theft, extortion, and violence. The nickname Lucky came from surviving a severe beating and kidnapping in the 1920s that left him for dead. He recovered and continued his rise. Luciano aligned himself early with Joe the Boss Masseria, one of the most powerful Italian gang leaders in New York. He became a top lieutenant and enforcer. During the late 1920s and early 1930s, tensions between Masseria's faction and the Castellamarese group, led by Salvatore Maranzano, erupted into open war. The Castellamarese War was a brutal conflict that killed dozens of mobsters on both sides. Luciano played a central role on the Masseria side, but secretly negotiated with Maranzano's camp. In April 1931, Luciano arranged the murder of Masseria at a restaurant in Coney Island. With help from associates including Bugsy Siegel, he eliminated his boss and ended his side of the war. A few months later, in September 1931, Maranzano was killed in his office by gunmen Luciano had sent. These two assassinations effectively ended the Castellamarese War. Luciano had personally helped carry out or directly ordered multiple killings during the conflict. Estimates of the total dead in the war range from 30 to over 50 mobsters and associates. With both major bosses removed, Luciano moved quickly to reorganize the entire structure of Italian organized crime in America. He divided New York into 5 families with clear territories and leadership. He created the Commission, a ruling body made up of the heads of the major families across the country. The Commission was designed to settle disputes, approve major actions, and prevent the kind of all-out wars that had just ended. Luciano avoided taking the title of boss of bosses, but effectively became the most powerful figure in the new system. This structure professionalized the Mafia, reduced chaotic street violence between families, and allowed it to expand into national rackets including gambling, labor unions, and narcotics. Luciano's early career included direct involvement in many murders beyond the war. As an enforcer and rising leader, he eliminated rivals, collected debts through violence, and handled problems that required permanent solutions. He later admitted or was credibly linked to dozens of killings during his rise from street gangster to top boss. His willingness to use extreme violence when necessary helped him survive and dominate in an environment where weakness meant death. By the mid-1930s, Luciano controlled one of the largest and most profitable criminal empires in the United States. He oversaw prostitution rings, gambling operations, and labor racketeering on a massive scale. In 1936, Special Prosecutor Thomas Dewey targeted Luciano in a high-profile case focused on prostitution and compulsory prostitution. Despite controversy over the evidence and claims that the case was exaggerated or politically motivated, Luciano was convicted and sentenced to 30 to 50 years in prison. The conviction removed him from day-to-day control, but did not end his influence. During World War II, Luciano struck a deal with the U.S. government through the Office of Naval Intelligence. In exchange for information and assistance securing the New York waterfront against sabotage, he received favors including better prison conditions. Some accounts also credit his network with helping the Allied invasion of Sicily. Whether the full extent of his wartime contributions was as significant as claimed, the arrangement showed how powerful he remained even from behind bars. In 1946, after serving roughly 10 years, Luciano was paroled and immediately deported to Italy. He settled in Naples and continued to exert influence over American Mafia affairs from abroad. He remained involved in narcotics trafficking and maintained contacts with key figures in New York and elsewhere. His deportation did not sever his connections. He hosted meetings and advised on major decisions even while living in exile. Luciano died of a heart attack on January 26, 1962, at Naples Airport while meeting with a film producer. He was 64 years old. His funeral in Italy drew major Mafia figures, and his body was later returned to the United States for burial in Queens. What places Charles Lucky Luciano at the top of any list of influential and dangerous Mafia figures is the combination of his personal violence and his structural legacy. He personally participated in dozens of murders during his rise and the Castellammarese War. More importantly, he ended the old chaotic system of competing gangs and replaced it with the Five Families and the Commission. That structure allowed the American Mafia to operate as a coordinated national enterprise for decades. Later bosses and enforcers, including those featured earlier in this series, operated inside the framework Luciano built. His early willingness to kill rivals and his own boss showed the brutal foundation on which he constructed the modern Mafia. His creation of the Commission turned personal violence into institutional power. The organization he shaped survived his imprisonment, deportation, and death. It outlasted many of the men who followed him and left a lasting mark on American organized crime that continues to be studied and referenced today. Luciano proved that the most dangerous Mafia figure is not always the one who pulls the trigger the most times in his later years. Sometimes it is the man who uses violence to clear the field, and then builds the system that makes future violence more organized, more profitable, and harder to dismantle. Charles Lucky Luciano did both.